Young's book, and I just hit the record button now, The Rituals of Resistance that I talked about in reference to Jason Young's book yesterday. That's why they're so radical, is because the educational systems within which we are all raised are designed actually to breach this Fitry state, to pierce it, to create new kinds of needs and dependencies that keep us away from an existence in that kind of sound Fitry state. So the task of those of us that are intellectuals, and we're all intellectuals, we all serve functions of mediating knowledge, facilitating access to it, dispensing knowledge and acquiring it. We're all intellectuals, whether we work in the academy or not. Then our task becomes, well, how do we craft appropriate interventions that help redress or offset the dangerous effects of this kind of alienation, for lack of a better word to describe it. So with that, as the way of resetting the stakes for today's conversation, let me just provide a quick roadmap of what, inshallah, we'll do with the next couple hours. There are a few content-related points that I want to get to. I'll try to keep those brief and make sure that we get through them in the first 30 to 45 minutes of today's session, so that we leave ample time for questions. I've asked that Zara from Sacred Footsteps, who again, thanks to Sacred Footsteps for facilitating this and making this happen, put a comment on the YouTube channel to let people know that we're just going to use the Zoom today, not the YouTube broadcast. And part of the reason for that is that I want to be able to close the doors and have a private conversation in the second half of today's session, because as I reflected on the most beneficial way of using this time and the kind of circle of trust, that we establish in this space, it's really responding to where you guys are in your different intellectual and academic journeys, and beginning to have a conversation that I hope that we can continue on into Mighty Networks and hopefully into subsequent iterations of this class. That's a better use of time than kind of straightforward communication of content, and that requires those of you who've been in these virtual spaces before have heard me say this. It's the time when the Prophet ﷺ, and this happened on numerous occasions, where he would be sitting in the masjid and would say, "Is there a stranger amongst us?" Right? And the people would say no, and he said, "Then lock the door." And then he would proceed to say things that weren't necessarily meant to leave that room. We need to have that kind of space for conversation, because those of us that have been trying to negotiate academic life as students, as graduate students, as faculty members, will have encountered some of the most kind of violent breaches of our humanity, sometimes routinely. And we need to be able to speak to one another about ways to address those in practical terms, in spiritual terms, and so forth. And that requires, crafting a safe spiritual space, as Afnan just put into the chat. So that's what we're going to be doing with, I would estimate, the last full hour and a half of the session. So come loaded with your questions, complaints, honest, honest conversation. This is going to be one of the few places where we can have that. With respect to what I wanted to cover before that, I just had a few notes to take us back into a series of methodological, epistemological, and ontological questions. But something someone typed into the chat gave me another piece of reflection that I think will be useful in terms of in getting us started. It was a very simple typewritten comment into the chat. It was, I think, from Nuria, said salam from Pakistan. And what it reminded me of was about a year after the Walking Quran was first published, I received an email out of the blue from a student at an Islamic university in Pakistan, okay? And he said, thank you for writing this book. It's been a really interesting read. I've been, reading it as part of my, study of Islamic education. He said, when I read this book, it helped me understand something that happened to me when I was a young man that I didn't understand at the time. He said, I was sent away to Hifz school to go memorize Quran when, I think he said when he was like 12 or something like that. He used to be a young, not quite a teenager. And he said, so I went to my neighborhood, my father took me to my neighborhood barber to get my hair cut before I got sent off to Quran memorization school, where I was gonna live for the next few years while memorizing the Quran. And the barber said to me, he said, today is the last day that I'll be able to cut your hair without making wudu first. He said, I didn't understand what he meant until I read the Walking Quran. The reason why I mention it is that attention to these deeper levels of analysis that are rooted in reflection on epistemology and ontology provide clarity and legibility for unspoken experiential knowledge. This is a kind of excavation that the current state of academia and Islamic scholarship is generally ill-suited to address, right? Because we tend to function in our analysis at the level of ideas rather than at the level of states of being, unspoken assumptions, sensory regimes, regimes of perception. And that is precisely because the entirety of what we have come to construct as modern intellectual life, whether in academic environments or Islamic environments or both, is built around discourse analysis. It's rooted in a particular kind of understanding of texts and a particular kind of understanding of words. And to return to where we started, most of what constitutes human experience, there are no words to express. So cutting through the noise of words, of discourse and discursive analytical regimes is one of the principal, the principal radical interventions that we can make into spaces of knowledge. I'm going to recommend a work in this vein that will also hopefully highlight further the kind of intervention that I'm trying to recommend. One of a favorite book of mine, and it's a book that I teach in my African cultural history graduate seminar every year, is a book by an anthropologist called Catherine Gertz that's called Culture and the Senses. And the book is an anthropological study of Anlo Ewe society in Ghana that is built around a fairly simple and straightforward observation, which is that in Anlo Ewe society, there are not 5 culturally constructed senses the way that we have 5 senses in an Anglophone register, right? But there are 6 senses. And no, the 6th sense is not seeing dead people. Okay, bad joke. I had a good on point joke yesterday that actually had content, but this is also just as academics and as scholars, I'll try to connect this. Names matter, titles matter. Why do I point that out? Because if The Sixth Sense, if the movie The Sixth Sense had the title Ghost Psychiatrist, then it would not have worked in any way. It wouldn't have worked nearly as well. Names matter, titles matter. Okay, so back to culture and the senses. The sixth sense that's being referenced in Anlo Eve society isn't the capacity to see dead people, although dead people can of course be seen. That's not what Catherine Gertz was referring to. It referred to a sense of balance. That balance is understood to be a fundamental sensory register. It's a principal part of the sensorium in this particular society, in the same way that sight, taste, touch, smell. What did I forget? You know the five senses. I can give you 5 pillars. Maybe I can't give you all 5 senses off the top. But in any case, the point is that this is a fundamental register for interpreting and understanding sensory experience. And because it's a fundamental category in the way in which senses are understood and experienced, it becomes a fundamental register for all kinds of moral and ethical reasoning in the society. Discussion of balance and proportion in things is rooted in people's experiential understandings in a very specific way, precisely because it is a first order category of sensory experience in the society. Am I making sense? So all of that is to say that, so somebody put in the chat, neurologically, there's no reason to limit to 5 fundamental senses. We have dozens of them. Exactly. Propriocentrism is what now like movement, scientists, that's how they define this sense that is cited in Anlo Eve society. And of course, that's absolutely right. Neurologically, we have countless senses. Our sensorium is culturally constructed. It's an analytical framework for dividing experiential reality. Those analytical frameworks that we have for dividing experiential reality are not natural, they are made. And if they're made, then that means they can also be remade. That with attention to the functioning of alternative ordering systems of knowledge that inhere in our tradition, we can resuscitate and operationalize them. But that can't happen, as I tried to argue yesterday and as I try to argue throughout the Walking Quran, simply through describing how it functions, memorializing it or monumentalizing it. It will not occur through transforming it into a museum artifact. It will occur through utilizing those categories as analytical registers through which we do our scholarly work and our intellectual work. We have to think through and with those categories in order to bring life to them, quite literally. And that's hard to do because we are products of those alienating intellectual institutions, whether we want to admit this whether we want to admit this to ourselves or not. I opened yesterday's class with a line from Sheikh Hamidou Khan where he talked about the power of the school surpassing that of the power of the canons in the imperial affair. I made a note to myself of one of my other favorite quotations from that amazing novel. Sheikh Hamidou Khan writes in one passage about when his protagonist character, who is really him, I mean, it's clear that it's a personal kind of, a story. When he realizes that he hates the West. He hates this form of schooling, this way of thinking, for what it's done to him, for how it's ripped him from his natural sense of being and from the traditions of his people. He hates it. And he writes, the most poisonous hatreds are born of old loves. The most poisonous hatreds are born of old loves. If you are in this room right now, then you used to be in love with this. You're a nerd that used to be hunkered over these books. There was a moment when this fascinated and captivated you, and it still holds a piece of your soul. And the response that many in our communities have to this is a blind hatred and rejection of it. Because at some level, even if we don't love the West, we love the West's ways of knowing. But when we're not loved back, when that love is not reciprocated, when that passion is not requited, then it turns into hatred. And I never read a better metaphor for the rise of Salafism than this. I never read a better metaphor for the kind of disdain for Western schooling that we sometimes see expressed in our communities. I probably don't have to say this in this, environment, but hatred is never productive of anything. It's always destructive, never productive of anything. So the fine line that I'm asking us to walk is to have a kind of self-awareness about the attraction and revulsion that exists inside of us as we experience this bifurcated and bifurcating academic life, right? This scholarly life, that we know that we have to pick up these tools in order to struggle to dismantle structures that have fundamentally oppressed us and that have brainwashed us so that we are that elephant that will not run. But as soon as that tilts in our inner being towards hatred, the clarity that is required to intervene successfully in the affair disappears. I feel like this is out of character, but I'm just reading facial expressions. Tasneem, can you just say what was on your mind just now? Sorry.
No. I mean, I'm just thinking about what you're saying.
Yeah, and I want to know what you're thinking about what I'm saying. Well, Dr. Tasneem Siddiqui, for those of you who don't know, so sorry to put my sister on the spot, but I just wanted to hear your reflections, and then Sayed Jamaluddin, we'll call on you next, and then we'll get back to the subject matter. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I mean, I was just thinking about this. So I struggle with this idea of decolonizing institutions. Because and this is something that I think about, in terms of like the language that we use to talk about decolonization, because really when we put it in like a spiritual language, it's about bringing us back to our fitri state, right?
Yep.
and thinking about really on like a sort of global level or like a human level, how we rehumanize ourselves, how we acknowledge our humanity and other people's humanity,
Yep.
and other forms of life.
Yep.
And so where that place of decolonization that we talk about, where that starts. And that really starts with us, right? It starts within, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds us in the Quran, it's like, your external conditions will not change until you change your internal self.
God doesn't change the condition of a people until they change the condition of their hearts.
Right,
yeah.
Right. And so like where that project really begins is with each one of us within ourselves, right? And so this point that you made about senses it's really deep. I don't know if I'm sure everyone in this room understands how deep it is, but like this point of balance is so huge, right? When we go back to thinking about, you know, how we put our spirits in balance, our bodies in balance, our souls in balance, our environment in balance. So these are some of the thoughts that I was
I'll just jump in right there, because one of the kind of institution building service commitments that I honor basically every year is that I do a lecture on, it's usually framed as work-life balance, and it's for a group of underrepresented minority faculty. It's a Woodrow Wilson Fellowship for junior faculty that are from underrepresented minority groups. So every year I speak to this group about balance. And the first thing that I say is that with human beings, balance is not a thing to be maintained, it is a thing to be restored. Right? That, and some of you will have heard me say that before, but the reason for it is that even if the world were stable, our internal states wouldn't be. And as it happens, the world is never stable. So even if our internal states were perfectly sound, the world would knock us off balance with respect to them. The reason why I gave that description of staying in tawaf around those four principal parts of the human being is because I don't know a way of giving them all their due at the same time, right? So, but I know that if I give, you know, each its turn in attention, that none of them will be neglected, and that this is a way that I can try to restore balance when balance is breached. And the most fundamental, you know, sort of this was what was organizing all of my notes as I thought about how to approach this session today, is that ultimately the most fundamental thing that we can do is come away as with a better understanding of the instrument that will itself negotiate the journey, which is us. And nothing in our training or institutional structures is meant to nourish that, to cause it to flourish. That's where we started. Nothing in these institutions is about protecting and preserving our fitri state. It's all about creating destroyed, broken human beings who will be dependent upon institutions that will exploit them and be happy about it. Yeah, Sayyid Jamaluddin.
Barakallahu feekum, Sheikh. I was just thinking regarding Dr. Tasneem was touching on it. It was beautiful to listen to. But sometimes when we're into activism, if we don't have that spiritual component, it's so easy to just go astray. You know, I used to come from secular activism. I have not always been a practicing Muslim. Mm-hmm. And what I see in those type of environment is kind of like a toxicity as well, absolutely, which is produced by your anger. And I was thinking about Rumi when he says in the Masnavi, he is quoting a story of Ali ibn Abi Talib, rahimahullah, radiallahu anhu, when actually, if it's okay, I can read it because it's so beautiful, because he says,
by all means.
Yeah, he says, learn how to act sincerely from Ali, God is lying and free from all impurity. During a battle, he subdued a foe, then drew his sword to deal the final blow. The man spat in Ali's pure face, the pride of every saint and prophet far and wide. The moon prostrates itself before this face, at which he sped, the act was a disgrace. Ali put down his saber straight away, and through he was on the top, he stopped the fray. The fighter was astonished by this act, that he showed mercy, though he did not attack, though he was attacked.
Yeah.
And this is just the beauty, and also the same thing that the Prophet did when he during the Fatah in Mecca, you know. And I guess sometimes we as Muslims subconsciously internalize some of the secular notions of activism or changing institutions, and then we become that institution, even though we're critical in our terminology, in our state of mind. We lose this sense of balance, and that the jihad al-nafs is the prior jihad, first and foremost, that is the jihad al-akbar. So I appreciate what you're mentioning, Ustad, because I think that's a good reminder for all of us. I know that all of us have good intentions, subhanAllah, you're all doing an amazing job, but it's so easy to go astray. And if you're not nourished or in that spiritual aspect of it, then yeah, when we do the change, then the thing we want to change will change us. So yeah, that was what I was thinking.
You said it so beautifully. I just want to, before I return to that part of it, I just want to add one, sort of detail to the Fatah of Mecca. The Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam, the narrations about it point out that not only did he give clemency to people who had killed his friends, and by every right he had the right to retribution. When he came back into Mecca, he refused to ride a camel, because that would have been too proud. He came in on a donkey. And that he sallallahu alaihi wasallam bowed his head so low that the narratives say that his beard got tangled with the donkey's mane. So how many of us approach this a posture of reform with that kind of humility and that kind of excellence of character? For people that have been here since the first Shahada of the Spirit, they'll know that this is all I've ever tried to talk about, is the pairing of spirituality and social justice as being the core of the Quranic message. But that ultimately, that establishing and prioritizing that vertical connection has to come first. And the reason for it is that there is no point transforming institutions when the human beings that will populate those institutions are corrupt and broken. And this is also the principal lesson that I learned as a historian of Islamic movements in West Africa, is that they often differed with respect to the structures and institutions that they crafted. What never differed was that the attention was always focused on creating sound human beings. And the way that I talk about this, what difference does it make the blueprint that you have for the edifice that you are going to construct, when every individual brick that will go into that edifice is rotten and corrupt? Time and time again, well-meaning activists, reformers, and revolutionaries have toppled unjust structures only to become worse than the tyrants that they replaced. So that is the foundational and principal lesson, is that without the sciences of ethical purification and spiritual elevation, then the intervention is wasted, it is useless, it is lost. It's lost. So that's the reason for this returning in today's session to how we cultivate sound states of inner being, that ultimately this thing that the Academy has rejected as part of its mandate has to be central to ours. And I say rejected as part of its mandate because at its origin, university education was meant to be humanistic. It was, you can still see carved into the walls at the University of Michigan, where I used to, teach, that the pursuit of knowledge was meant to guide justice and religion, right? and liberty. This was the idea. And capitalism transformed that utterly, right? That now it's about producing particular kinds of labor units, particular kinds of citizens to serve particular economic and political projects. Our emancipatory activity has to extend beyond this. And it cannot simply respond in the same register of our oppressors. It has to work in this original, fitri, humanizing, elevating way. So we cannot separate the sciences of ethics and spirituality from our pursuit of knowledge, right? That's not even what knowledge is. To go back to Imam Malik, knowledge is a light that God casts into the breast of whosoever he wills. It is not the accumulation of many facts. Knowledge is a light that is transmitted from breast to breast. And it provides guidance for humanity. Min al-dhulumat illa nur, out of the darknesses into the light. The darknesses are always many. The light is always singular. So that ultimately is like the essence of today's session, is to return to an approach that is as much about that inward work as about the strategical or tactical interventions in the academic world. We had one more question and then we'll get back to it.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Yeah, since we're talking about the notion of fitra and the sound state of inner being, I just find it hard to grapple with it because usually when, like in decolonial literature, there's always this critique of essentialism, and I mean, I personally I believe that there is a fitra that Allah creates, people as, but how do we argue for such a fitra without reducing this into like an essentialist position? That's the first thing. Especially as we're decolonizing, so we're not about like ideologically propagating a certain notion that we are not sure is correct. So that's I just don't know where to position myself on that. And the second thing is the question of appropriation. So when you were talking, for example, about the sixth sense, or whatever tradition, so if it does illuminate something, but if it's experiential like that, then how accurate is it for me to come from somewhere where that doesn't like ring, I'm not aware of that, or I'm not familiar with it, and just say, okay, so this is how I should, think of myself now. Like, isn't that also kind of problematic and haphazard? And
yeah. Okay, so I'll go in the order that you frame things. So the first thing to say is to return to something I said yesterday. The expression is not the proof is in the pudding. The expression is the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Okay, so it's not about ultimately. It is the knowledge that is produced through immersion in these understandings that will either cause the intellectual intervention to either rise or fall, to sink or swim. And that connects to your second point, which is that this is not meant to be engaged in a kind of voyeuristic appropriative fashion. It actually has to be rooted in a kind of experiential immersion and reprogramming, right? I couldn't write the Walking Quran after spending a few months in Senegalese archives. I learned the Wolof language to the point where my ex-wife would tell me that I would sometimes talk in my sleep in Wolof. That's when I knew that it was part of my internal programming in a different kind of way. That is a process that was cultivated over years of living and doing research in this environment. It's not something that can be just kind of plucked in an appropriative fashion from other people's experiences. Like, we actually have to undergo a kind of re-socialization according to new givens. We have to relearn how to be a human being. So when I talk about writing on the basis of experiential understandings, and this is something that I literally counsel my graduate students for as well, I say, even if the institutions that you're studying no longer exist, if they're like, if you're writing about institutions, 200 years ago that we don't actually have that they don't still exist, I say, immerse yourself in the most direct genealogical descendants of those traditions today, because you will gain interpretive insight into institutions that existed in the past by garnering experiential knowledge from from contemporary practitioners. That there's a vast difference between learning about a thing, reading about a thing, and having it program your very existence and being. So all of that is to say, to put it in very simple terms, you got to work twice as hard to go half as far. Like, this is really not for the faint of heart. It's really not for, it's not a time or a circumstance for half measures. Revolutionary interventions into knowledge, society, and meaning making are not produced through those kinds of passing engagements. So ultimately, like, my answer to the question is, be on guard at all times against that kind of cultural appropriation and that kind of shallow engagement with our traditions. And I'll say one last thing on this particular point. I heard, I was having a conversation about a related matter with Imam Fode Drame one time. And he said that ultimately this is the basis for the vast majority of the misguidance that passes as Islam in the contemporary period. He said that it's rooted in shallow understandings. He said people will read an ayah or a surah of the Quran and reflect upon it and give their interpretation, their understanding, and their conclusion. He said, whereas his own tafsir is rooted on using a particular ayah as a litany and reciting it every day for years before the basira, the insight into what is being said, actually emerges as something that's written upon the heart, right? When I turn over my shoulder to the tafsir of Ahmed Dem of Sokon or of Sheikh Ibrahim Yas of Kaulak, Sheikh Ibrahim Yas would give tafsir of the Quran from memory with no book in front of him during 30 consecutive nights during the month of Ramadan. He did this on at least 6 separate occasions because this was knowledge that he had fully and thoroughly assimilated. So, and if I can say one last thing on this particular point, is that I feel like of all the arguments that I tried to make in the Walking Quran, this is the one that I feel I should have made better because it doesn't emerge in the way that people think about and talk about it, is that ultimately, and it's a simple argument, mastery is the precondition for expert improvisation. That in the end, it is being thoroughly rooted, that allows one to improvise appropriately Islamic responses to novel circumstances. And that's something that our academic training systems don't require of us, right? They don't require that of us. But we have to require that of ourselves. We have to be rooted, in a profound way, not in a superficial way, in the inner understandings to get to those deepest insights. Yeah, Tasneem.
Sorry, I just wanted to, maybe you can respond to something that was sort of brought up in the chat.
Oh yeah, I didn't see, sorry.
No. I mean, it was just to also clarify some of the terms and language that we're using, because I think that there's and we talked about, and you talked about this explicitly in the first class of Shahada of the Spirit, to understand a lot of these sort of logics like white supremacy, racism, racial capitalism, colonialism, imperialism. When we're talking about this, it's also with an understanding that these are spiritual eruptions into like the material world, yeah. Right? And I think that when we're talking about dehumanization, that it's not just oppressed people are not the only people that are dehumanized. We're all dehumanized by living under these types of systems, because if we're starting to see ourselves as separate from one another, as opposed to the ruh of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala connects us to all of us, to all forms of life, right? And it's not about, so what's the sort of a term that I'm thinking about? It's not about us using the language or the terminology of our colonizers to explain our condition ourselves, but it's us trying to actually work through those systems and processes and ways of thinking to return to, or to, I guess, constantly recalibrate ourselves into Sirat al-Mustaqim, into this constant sense of recalibration or restoring balance to our fitri state. And it's not something that we can kind of like, we're not outside of it. This is the world that we're living in, but it's not to say that this is the way that it's always going to be or always has been. I don't know if that's clear, but I just wanted to kind of respond to some of the comments, and maybe you can pick this up a bit.
Happy to. I mean, I hadn't seen the comment in the chat, so just looking at it now. I don't take any of the definitions of colonizers as benchmarks, nor do I consider that the oppressed are the sole human beings that are dehumanized by contemporary imperialism. Quite the opposite is that experiences of the commoditization of human beings and human lives that were essentially experiments that were first done on Black bodies, have now been extended to the entirety of humanity. Every single living human being is dehumanized by the emergence of this order in which we live. So that, as a student of history, I just understand it as a fundamental fact of the modern era that we've experienced. And to refer to, to some of us as oppressed and others of us as oppressors doesn't require, reference to Marx. It doesn't require, the Quran refers to people in this way. And the Quran provides the basis for all of my understandings of what constitutes resistance, redemption, humanization, and struggle against oppressors. So that's my answer to the question. And I'll just make this, plain. There is no way there's no way of simply withdrawing from the conversation about imperialism and colonization as it's currently constituted. We can infuse it with new meanings, we can change its trajectory, and we have to. But to simply withdraw from the conversation and say, I don't like the categories, we should do something else, that's fine. You know, you're welcome to leave the Zoom at any time and have a conversation about what you think is a more, you know, appropriate response. But in the end, my own understanding is that we have to try to actually make an intervention into the world as it is. And that means deploying the resources that come from within our organic traditions to try to produce flourishing and sound human hearts, and then arming those sound human hearts to engage the fundamental injustices in the institutions that we face, whether they're academic or otherwise. And the truth of the matter is that that is going to take work. It's going to take inner work, and it's going to take work of building solidarity amongst and between us. And that's the best answer that I can offer. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So we're at 1 hour. There were a couple of methodological questions that I wanted to bring into the table, but I don't think that it's appropriate given the circumstance. So I'll just mention a couple of other things instead that were also a part of the conversation that I'd hope we would have. So Tasneem just mentioned one of them, which is an irruption of knowledge from the unseen into the seen. So this, I won't stop the recording for this. We haven't reached that point yet. And I've said this in public at other times. But the basic argument for the Walking Quran, the introduction to it, and the first chapter of the Walking Quran came in a dream, not through research or analysis or writing a draft or any of those things. I was trying to come to terms with primarily the way that I would deal with the question of corporal punishment in Quran schooling, and thinking about all of the different ways in which the body is the central locus of intervention in knowledge transmission as I was seeing it. And I literally had a dream. The last thing that I remember was a woman's voice saying he was the Quran walking upon the earth. And when I woke up, I understood that all of the practices of embodied knowledge transmission that I was trying to understand in a Senegambian historical context were essentially trying to craft people into living exemplars of a sacred text, the same way that the Prophet was. I can't take credit for that as an idea. It literally came to me in a dream. The poem that you guys are listening to when you enter the classroom, The Gifts of the Benefactor and Praise of the Intercessor by Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba. I made a verse translation of that poem, rhyme the poem in English, 165 verses. It appears in Jihad of the Pen. When I got stuck and couldn't figure out how to make the lines rhyme, while also keeping the meaning of the original poem, 3 times Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba came to me in dreams and whispered the words into my ears in English, and I woke up to write them down. Artists are more in touch with this usually than scholars are. Scholars, because we believe in a fiction called the mind, often think that our own minds and mental processes are the sources of our inspiration, and therefore we often take credit for things that don't come from us. When the heart is understood as the center and the core of the human being, and neither my heavens nor my earth contain me, but I'm contained in the heart of my believing servant. When the Quran says, had we sent this Quran down upon a mountain, indeed you would have seen it fall rent asunder by fear of God. That the word doesn't come down on a mountain without shattering it, but it comes down upon a heart without shattering it. That ultimately the way that we achieve understandings, interventions, interpretations that, properly speaking, exceed our capacities is through a deep, ongoing metaphysical engagement with knowledge, not simply an analytical one. And that's part of what Imam Fode was pointing to when he said that it's shallow understandings, because they're rooted in appealing to an organ that doesn't exist, the mind. Whereas the cultivation of insight in the heart comes through dhikr. It comes through efforts of purification of the soul. It comes through fikr, through lengthy meditation. I'll just say this, and I'll be blunt about this in this environment. Basically, all of the important substantive arguments in any of my academic publications, with maybe 2 or 3 exceptions, all came in dreams or visions. Then the task became to go through the source materials with which I was familiar and find new ones to make it possible to document a thing that I knew but couldn't document. That effort to work on the line between inspiration and analysis, between inspiration and documentation, I think is what moves the process of knowledge forward. It wasn't, someone will correct me as to whether it was Avicenna or Averroes. I think it was Ibn Sina, but I'm not sure. But one of them said that whenever he encountered a mathematical problem that he couldn't resolve through working the equations, he would go and pray Fajr in the mosque and sit there and make dhikr till Doha time. And he said almost always the answer would come. That if we take seriously the notion that our hearts are metaphysical organs that are connected with the unseen, and that ultimately the most profound knowledge interventions that occur in human history don't come from our faculties or our efforts, but rather through the eruption of the unseen in us, then ultimately the struggle for ethical purification, I think it was Ibn Sina, yeah, to respond to the chat, to the effort to undertake in rigorous fashion the spiritual path will produce the best kind of scholarship. And indeed, if you read Imam Ghazali's Ihya Ulumuddin, and take it in its entirety. And no, I haven't read all 40 volumes. I've read his, his abridgment of all 40 volumes, and then I've read a couple of the books. But if you take in the totality of the work, many people seem to read Ghazali as though Ihya Ulumuddin is designed to teach people how to be better Muslims. Okay, that's not what that whole volume is for, because Imam Ghazali himself stopped the teaching of the analytical sciences and went to a Sufi Zawiya in order to become a better Muslim. He knows that that's not something that can be communicated in that way. Ihya Ulumuddin is written to produce better scholars. The argument of the 40 volumes taken together is that by pairing the jihad and nafs with the jihad of knowledge, by pairing the struggle against the lower soul with the pursuit of exoteric knowledge in the world, that you would forward knowledge, that you would uncouple it from venal economic and political posturing. It's constant unethical manipulation by people who seek access to power and resources. One. Two, that it would produce a kind of harmonious resonance between ilham, inspiration, and dalil, evidence. That one would begin to be able to see beyond the surface of things and see to the inner. Ultimately, that's knowledge. That's not data. That's not information. That's knowledge. Knowledge is light in darkness that guides humanity out of its current darknesses. And if we understand the urgency of the affair and the seriousness of the moment, then every single one of us who has any kind of authority to teach or to lead must be tapped in this way. Our own thoughts and reflections are not going to cut it. We are going to need divine assistance. We are going to need inspiration. We are going to need basira that comes not from within us, but through us. And that means not just an abstract reflection upon the metaphysics of our systems of inward liberation, but the actual practice of them. Take a short break, come back at the bottom of the hour, and we'll hit all of the questions. I might get these methodological points in, or maybe not. It just depends on where the conversation goes, but come with the questions and we'll be ready to go at the bottom of the hour. perhaps there's a misunderstanding that comes from the fact that I sometimes forget that I haven't necessarily discussed everything with every audience. The effort to rehumanize oneself, as I'm arguing, it is not rooted in any way in any sort of imperial understanding, or even actually in the history of commoditization or capitalism, properly speaking. It's rooted in one root sort of perception that comes from a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, and then one explanation that comes from one of my principal teachers. So the hadith, of course, is every child is born on fitra. It's their parents that make them a Jew, Christian, or Zoroastrian, okay? And the understanding that's implicit in that is that every single human being comes in with a sound disposition and an understanding of its innate humanity that puts it into a sound primordial relationship with its Lord. That goes back to the reference in Surah Al-Araf of the day of Alastu Birabbikum, when God draws out the spirits of all the human beings that will ever be and asks them, am I not your Lord? And they all respond, indeed, you are. So the idea is that embedded in our being is not only our fundamental humanity, but that fundamental humanity is established in a particular way with the creator of the heavens and the earth. So that's the understanding of what fitra is. Implicit in what the Prophet ﷺ was saying is that the world moves us off of our fitra. The things that happen to us in our experience pull us away from this sound state, okay? That's going to happen whether one is colonizer or colonized, oppressor or oppressed, free or slave, male or female. And that's going to happen in every single human society across all of history. Period, full stop. Okay. The great contemporary scholar of Islam, traditionally trained scholar of Islam, Imam Fode Drame, once said that the role of a teacher or a guide is only two things: help people return to their fitra and help them establish their relationship with the word. That you can summarize the substance of all Islamic teaching in those two efforts. So when I talk about, or when we talk about, and especially those of us who have been in Shahada of the Spirit or other courses where that is actually the direct subject matter, right? Where about the cultivation and a particular kind of Islamic understanding of what a human being is already taken for granted as a part of the baseline in the conversation. It may not be clear that when we're talking about rehumanizing, that's not, strictly speaking, a response just to imperialism. It's that imperialism is one of the things in the world that pulls human beings away from their fitri state. But frankly, what we do to ourselves, even under perfect circumstances, would pull us away from our fitri state. So the effort to rehumanize is not contingent upon these historical circumstances. It's universal and across time. That the idea is that there is a constant effort innate in the Quran's articulation of human nature, that we move away from our true selves and then need to be brought back to our true selves. And that is the role of dhikr, remembrance of God, and it is the role of the people of remembrance of God to serve as reminders that help restore us to our true self. So I don't know if that will resolve, for one individual or for any, people who find the answer unsatisfactory, that's fine. And no one that's ever talked with me for more than 5 or 10 minutes hasn't found something to disagree with in the way that I present things. That's all good. But I just want to make clear that that's the underlying supposition, that that's a universal element of the human condition on the basis of a Quranic anthropology. It's not derived from a reading of Marx. It's not derived from a reading of imperial history. That's just, I wanted to make that clear just as an effort of clarification. The second thing, and this is the last thing that I'll say before we move to questions, and it's a comment that's of a different nature, but it's really, I think, crucial that it be said. It's going to be very, very difficult for those of you that are pursuing academic paths to write from inside our traditions of knowledge and understanding. There will be many, many obstacles that are presented to you along that path. Right? I started our session yesterday with one of them, somebody saying that the conclusion to the Walking Quran should be a Friday sermon rather than a conclusion to an academic book. That was one of my favorites. I'm going to say something personal, and then I'm going to say something that's more general. The personal thing is that once I realized that that was how the book was going to be read, I wanted to make sure that I made the most aggressive argument that I could from within the tradition, because that's what Black firsters have always done. If you're the person that integrates a space, then you have to push as far ahead as you can so that there's room behind you for other people to walk. Not everybody is combative and argumentative, so I wanted to make the strongest version of the argument that I knew that I could defend with sources, so that if graduate students then come in behind that, they can say that you can write this way and get tenure at the University of Michigan. You can write this way and have this book be well received in the academy, in spite of the fact that it breaches some of those basic conventions. So just understand that if you are in a position to do that, to stretch the bounds of what constitutes acceptable understandings, argumentation, sources, and so forth, and do it successfully, it's your responsibility to do so. Not just for yourself, but for everyone that, God willing, will be able to farm in the field that you helped clear. And thinking about that, as a kind of moral responsibility to take whatever tangible steps that we can in the struggle is just one thing I wanted to make sure that I mentioned of a personal nature. Now of a broader nature, and then this is the last thing I'll say before we just go straight into questions. So with what I just said in mind, I was once, sort of pressed by, it's not important who this person was. It was a scholar of Islamic studies who made it clear in a discussion of my first book that they understood the book to basically be analytically compromised by the fact that it utilized the categories that they saw it as describing. In other words, by writing from inside the epistemology of what I understood to be traditional African Islam, that I lacked the objective distance to thereby characterize that system, right? That it's compromised by the fact that it writes from within the structure. So I'm just going to share with you the comeback that you use in this instance, so that I give you one piece of armature that you can take into the world that will definitely say that to you, and it probably already has, right? Especially if you're a Muslim woman that wears a headscarf. You'll have been marked and visible, and you will be presumed to be compromised intellectually through your commitments. So the answer that I gave was, I said, if secular humanist writes from within the epistemological framework of secular humanism about secular humanism, are they understood to have been compromised by their participation in the philosophy that they are describing? No, of course not. Not only are they not thought of as being compromised, but they are often thought of as making a contribution towards something called universal knowledge. When they are writing and approaching their questions from within the framework that they are writing about. So why can't a Black Muslim write about Black Muslim epistemology from within the framework of Islamic epistemology and make a contribution towards universal knowledge? I still haven't heard a comeback to that works. It strips away the pretension of the universality of these categories. So at the same time that I'm saying, don't do this in a superficial way, don't do this in a way that's rooted in a reflexive defense of your identity. Dig deeper than that. Think harder than that. But when you've hit the bedrock of foundational understandings and they are rooted in our ways of knowing, then don't back down, dig your heels into the ground. Dr. Yusuf Carter, my brother, Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, Sidi, how are you?
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Nice to hear your voice, man. And to see, even if it's only in pictures, that glorious beard of yours, which will always be my, my jealousy. But inshallah, I hope you're well.
Alhamdulillah. No, so first I have to apologize for the environmental noise. I'm at the gym, working out with my brother and my homie.
Get it in, man. Get it
in. Hey, I'm trying to balance my, my love for adab with the disrespect I try to show on the court.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. So one, I wanted to just a quick comment. The sort of notion of a kind of objective approach to research. I think when presented with a certain penchant for understanding traditions from within and coming from a certain inherently authorial voice by virtue of practice and embodiment, those kind of claims, in my understanding, number one, objectivity is a myth, but number two, they have they mask a potential inferiority complex that surely has to erupt in the face of the authority we bring as scholar practitioners. So that's one.
Yes.
And so I had a question, I think, or a suspicion. And I was talking about this last night with a friend of mine in the academy, Dr. Tasneem. We kind of had a little debrief session after the fact, just kind of compare notes. And the suspicion that I have is, over the years, I've noticed that more and more we find certain universities, the academy at large, willing to patronize and be audience to these discussions of decoloniality, these discussions of sort of attempts to rethink these very toxic, anti-Black, dehumanizing and genocidal spaces that make up what we consider to be our institutions of higher learning.
Yep.
And my suspicion is that this willingness to, like when you see a average lecture of say a Black scholar standing at a lectern, literally telling white people about themselves, the room is full of full of people who might very well be implicated and complicit in these things, and they're clapping and nodding and forming this kind of amen corner, which I find very interesting. And so my suspicion is that what we might be seeing, or what I might be noticing perhaps, is some kind of move that these toxic spaces perhaps are making to rein in certain discussions of decoloniality, or to render them into the logic of into its own logic, as opposed to
a vent and a pressure relief inside the system, so that no fundamental change to the system ever takes place.
Right, and that's my suspicion. I think I mean, obviously we are aware of the performance of wokeness and all this other stuff, and the kinds of attempts to, you know, engage in, you know, empty land acknowledgements and things of that sense. So anyway, I was wondering if you had any remarks about that.
Yeah.
If you noticed this, or
Absolutely. You know, that kind of black square allyship, you know, written across the academy writ large. It's listen, the where do you want me to start quoting Malcolm on the capacity of white liberals to dissimulate? How much time do we have? I have worked in departments where, you know, where I was, you know, one of the diversity, equity, and inclusion committee members or leaders, and had, you know, chairs of departments literally kneecap the work of that committee, and then come back to the department and tell people that it was the dean's office that had shot down whatever, you know, efforts at inclusion. There's every kind of dissimulation, fraudulence. The great Lara Alborno at Gazan Girl, if you follow her on Instagram, once famously said that the difference between conservatives and liberals is the difference between Quraysh and the hypocrites of Medina. When it comes to racial politics, one is an open enemy to you and the other is a hidden enemy to you. So that's, and it's not to say that none of the people that are inhabiting white bodies are real allies. We know that many are full apostates from white supremacy, and genuinely down for the cause. But it does mean that a lot of the way in which, you know, decoloniality is pursued in academic spaces is performative. It's so that you can look to be on the right side of, you know, particular questions, and it doesn't really extend, you know, beyond that. The one thing that I'll just say also is that what I hope that we're talking about is something that is not dependent upon that in any basic way. And I'll say this specifically to Brother Dr. Yusuf, which is that for a variety of kind of, you know, reasons about politics and knowledge in the academy, the study of Islam in Africa specifically has been devoid of a lot of that kind of politics and posturing. My good friend and colleague Usman Kobo teaches at Ohio State University, came to me at a conference. He said, you know, because the mainstream Islamic studies, you know, always basically ignored Africa, he said, we managed to take over the whole field without them even really noticing that we had come. He pointed out that, like, if you go across major Research One universities and look at who's working on Islam in Africa in those places, you got Usman Khan at Harvard, Usman Kobo at Ohio State, Sheikh Babu at Penn, Dr. Yusuf Carter, you've got myself. So the point is that what I'm really interested in is a takeover where we seed the field with enough people who are actually rooted, that you just simply make that performance and all of those other things irrelevant. Because now, when someone is having their tenure case evaluated and they are doing a research project, whether that person is white, black, brown, green, yellow, or anything in between, then what Usman Khan has to say about it, what Usman Kobo has to say about it, what I say about it in my letter, those are the defining letters in the field that determine somebody's, success. So that's the kind of fifth column that we need to establish in academic spaces. Because we definitely can't count on them white people that are clapping to take it back to where Dr. Carter started us. Inshallah, let me just go to the participant box so I can call on people in the order that they raise their hand. Noor.
All right, Jazakallah khair. First of all, I want to say that you mentioned as someone, as women who wear hijab, oftentimes we are questioned about our commitments and our ability to stay objective and rational in it, in the face, especially when we are researching Muslim spaces. I would also add to that even just as Muslim women, I've encountered a remark from a professor who straight up said, when I saw you in my class the first day, I was very skeptical, and by the end of the semester, I was very surprised at how intelligent and eloquent you are. So I think we face a lot, of barriers. But my question was,
that's priceless. Sorry, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at first it was a Freudian slip. He said, I was surprised at how eloquent you were, and then.
So I gotta share, Rashid, you should have put this in the so maybe I made it so that people can't comment to the whole chat, but let me fix that, because Rashid just typed in the chat the hijabi version of "you're so articulate." So yeah, Black folks will get we'll get that one. Please, by all means, continue.
Exactly. No, and then in a second conversation, he straight out said it. And it was in a conversation where he said, I really feel like I've developed a relationship with you where I can, advise you on how you can proceed in the academy and get tenure. And I think you need to do this and this and this to make sure people don't take you for what they will, assume you are at face value, which is very unfortunate. But in any case, my question has to do with when we're doing research with, so I'm a PhD student doing research in, basically it's a predominantly Black-led Muslim homeschool co-op. And the co-op itself is very multiracial. But my question is, when we're doing like your research was very much, in a space where there were a lot of ruptures between maybe how the epistemology maybe you grew up in here in the United States versus there. And so there's a lot of obvious, there are a lot of obvious things to kind of point out. But when we're working with populations who themselves are very hybrid and have themselves very hybrid understandings of Islam, that are mixed with Salafi Islam, that are mixed with different kind of modern versions of Islam, how do we remain true to to their understandings of Islam? How do we root ourselves in their understandings while also maybe pointing out some of these things that you're talking about with our tradition?
So it's an excellent question. I want to come back to your experience in a moment, but I wanted to answer the question directly first. So I'll say to you what my PhD advisor said to me, and I feel like this is some of the best counsel that he gave me. He said, imagine yourself as having a sacred compact with your sources. He said, not to tell the story exactly the way that they would have told it. You can't do that anyway, he said. He said, but rather to do everything that you can to accurately represent those understandings and the world in which those understandings are articulated, so that you do a minimum of violence to those understandings. All historical writing, all scholarly writing, all writing of any kind, and this is what was in that resistance of Abdullah ibn Masud and others, may Allah be well pleased with them, to the writing of the Quran, is all writing is violence. There's a reason why we call it reducing something to writing. You literally diminish it when you reduce it to writing. You take it out of the world of experiential lived reality and you imprison it. So think of yourself as having a sacred compact with those people that you are going to do the very best that you can to represent their understandings and the limitations upon them in the world, materially, ideologically, and otherwise, so that you do a minimum of violence through that act. And in many ways, you're right that the circumstance in which I did, research was different, but in other ways it wasn't, right? Like the thing that made me the most uncomfortable about the style of Islamic education that I was studying in West Africa was corporal punishment. But it was not turning away from that and trying to understand it as best I could from within the framework of the system that provided the key to understanding that it was the questions that I wasn't asking about embodiment that were actually the key. So though whatever the part of your research subject matter is that you don't want to look at, that's the part you need to be focused on. The part that makes you the most uncomfortable and that seems to contravene your basic argument, don't look away from that. That's where the real answers are. And a lot of times what's the word I'm looking for? Our identity investments prevent us from looking directly in the eye, the thing that makes us the most uncomfortable. But when we look it directly in the eye, we'll often find that there is something either beneath it or above it. In other words, an undergirding or a transcendent interpretation that causes this thing that seemed to be a problem to really be the key to understanding. So that's my counsel and my suggestion. With respect to the first point, I mean, again, that's absolutely priceless. And I don't mean this in a dismissive way. I hope it doesn't come off that way. But like, if you walk around Black, literally every single intervention is colored in that way. I'm the angry Black man in every department meeting that I've ever been in, and I'm not that angry of a guy. I'm generally a pretty easygoing person, with some exceptions. But the point of that is just to say that the way in which we occupy space as our authentic selves is always going to produce a set of assumptions. We have to be firmly enough rooted in who we are that one, those are not going to knock us off balance, and two, that we won't resort to simple kind of reflexive defenses of our identity and have that preclude us arriving at a deeper understanding of something. And that's one of the biggest issues, and it's normal, like when you're attacked, your instinct is just to cover up and shield yourself. So inshallah, thank you for the question. I hope I gave the semblance of an answer. Mariam.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thanks again for putting on the seminar. Again, it's really put into perspective a lot of my experiences. So I'm coming to the final year of my medical school. It's instead of a 4-year process, it turned into a 5-year process for precisely the reasons that you stated. That fact that medical school is known to be this thing that breaks you down, and like that's not even hidden. So, in addition to the just how it is for everyone else, like also being Black and being Muslim and wanting to create spaces that acknowledge our existence besides on the posters for diversity and inclusion. And I wore myself out, like plain and simple. So after my 2nd year, I was like, I'm not ready to take boards. Like I'm not sitting for an 8-hour exam when I just spent 2 years, trying to just make a space for myself to even be here comfortably.
Yep.
So yeah, now here I am, and it's been really enlightening and really nourishing to understand that the point of this education has been to literally break my spirit, and that it hasn't just been in my head. So I'm coming to this space now where like I'm starting residency, and I do want to continue in this work, but I've been, getting back into the tools that, will like nourish me, like you know, on an emotional and a physical level. And I'm starting to get more in tune with like getting myself in tune spiritually as well. While also recognizing that, you know, the forces or institutions, you know, whatever you want to call them, that we're trying to enhance or just make space for ourselves in, like you said, they're kind of they're paying the mouth service, but they're not necessarily taking it seriously. And I wanted to know if you have any insights as to how to make sure that we're not being used, because
man, okay, so first of all, thank you for letting us in and sharing that experience. Just quick show of hands to the people who have been, you know, broken down through that experience and responded to exactly what Mariam had to respond to. So we're with you. I want to say one thing before I answer the question. So, and I feel like this is really a crucial part. So because of our commitments to our primary communities, many of us often sabotage our capacity to reach the position where we're going to provide the most impact to those communities. What do I mean by that? Secure your own mask before assisting others, right? You're fumbling around trying to help, you know, somebody else with their mask, and you stop breathing. And so when I arrived at the University of Michigan, I think this must have been 2008. I've been at Northwestern in Chicago for a few years before that. One of the first communities that I got introduced to was the Muslim Center of Detroit, which is predominantly African-American, but also largely, you know, African, and then also some immigrant communities right on Davison in Detroit. Just the kind of institution where I was comfortable at home, and also where the fact that I had lived in West Africa, spoke Wolof, and there was a largely Senegalese and Gambian community that was there. Like, I got called on immediately to like serve all kinds of institutional roles in that space. And what I said was, call me after I get tenure. I said, for an Eid celebration, I'm here for Laylatul Qadr, but I can't do all of these things that need to be done now. And I know that they need to be done now. It's just that if I don't invest in getting this work done, getting my book finished, getting through till I can get tenured, then in 4 years, I'm gonna be at Starbucks. And what benefit will I be providing to the community from there? So the point is that at times you do have to make the decision to prioritize your own establishing a toehold, not out of selfish interest, but literally out of selfless ones. That you have a strategic vision about positioning yourself in a particular way so that you can maximize the benefit. And the supplication that came to me at that stage of my life was, oh Allah, put me in the place where I can bring the most benefit to the most people so that I can undo some of the harm that I've done to my own soul. Right? That the idea is that this is something I want to do, that I know that I should do, but I am limited in the amount of time, energy, and resources that I have. And therefore, I have to make strategic decisions about what is going to put me in the best position to accomplish benefit in the long run. So the first thing is to pardon yourself from that feeling of obligation that we all feel. The second, to respond directly to the question, is, and I'll just be blunt about this, there is no way to keep yourself from being used. Right? Look at how even Malcolm's image is now instrumentalized by many in the immigrant Muslim community that would literally drop dead of fright if Malcolm were to speak directly to them. But now, now claim him as their own. Look at the way that King is now, you know, a bunch of people got King, you know, King's name in their mouth, you know, without the slightest understanding. So the point of all this is to say there is no way in an absolute sense to keep yourself from being used. You will be tokenized. Count on it. But God's plan is encompassing of the devil's plan, right? In other words, when your mission and what you are purpose built to accomplish becomes clear to you through that process of seeking, through that process of rising in the last part of the night, through that process of remembrance, through that process of reflection upon your journey and direct inspiration as to what is unique in your trajectory, then ultimately all of the machinations and the politicking of the people who would utilize you for their specific ends ultimately falls out of view and out of focus. Because the reason is that once you know what you are there to do, then your criteria become very, very clear. Everything that facilitates the mission that God has appointed for you, you undertake. And everything that inhibits the mission that God has appointed for you, you leave. People that are along the side of the road can say whatever they want. It's not going to bother me at all. If they stand in the middle of the road between what me and what God has appointed for me, then I'm going through them. So all of this is about that cultivation of inner clarity through inspiration. And I've talked about this in other contexts. And sometimes people don't quite understand what I mean. I hope it's clear in this context, but the Quran tells us why we are here. It doesn't tell you why you are here. You have to sit with the Quran, meditate on the Quran, reflect on your own circumstance, stay in a position of remembrance, rise in the last part of the night, and God will teach you why you're here. Once you know the nature of your mission, then you'll have clarity so that those things just, the capacity to discern between things that are obstacles and things that, in other words, they're actually obstacles, that things that block your way and need to be removed or surmounted, and things that are simply distractions that don't really actually affect you one way or the other, they just distract you. The capacity to just discern between those becomes clear. But there's no way around, being instrumentalized. You will be tokenized. Sorry. I don't know if it's Sophia or whether it's Shafia becomes Safia, so I'll just say Sophia or Safia.
It's Safia.
Okay, Safia. Okay.
Yeah, cool. I thought I was behind some people. Am I cutting anybody?
No, I'm using the participants. So the participants window on the Zoom arranges the hands in the order that they were raised.
All right, cool. I don't want to slight nobody.
I think you're good.
Cool. So first of all, mad respect for doing all this hard work, and then us getting it like maybe a lifetime so far of work and thinking and reflection, and us getting it in a matter of a few hours. So may Allah bless you.
May Allah accept from all of us.
I mean, okay, so a lot of questions, big ones.
I'll get my pen ready.
All right, got a pen and paper?
Yes, I'm ready to go.
All right, cool. So I'm currently an MDiv student at the University of Chicago, aka where fun goes to die, and also a few brain cells. Extremely dogmatic education, but they say it's critical thinking. So I went into the University of Chicago, and it kind of goes back to how to focus. But SubhanAllah, there's so much work to be done. Yes. I went back into the academy after doing some activism and then government work, thinking that we need a new framework for addressing gender-based violence. That is from a faith-based perspective, especially from an Islamic perspective. So it was extremely difficult to find or create a kind of Islamic education, a traditional Islamic education for myself, someone who is non-Arab, grew up in the United States, and has no man to take me around. So so I decided to go into the academy, the Western Academy, to study Islam.
Yep.
So one question is, what recommendations do you have for the study of traditional Islam, especially for women, for women who are serious about studying Islam in a holistic way, you know, where we can speak from both sides, both the academy and traditional knowledge. And then, so I went into the University of Chicago thinking that I was going to, you know, make a faith-based, all right, so a faith-based perspective on how to deal with gender-based violence. And then I take this class on the fetish. And I'm talking about this because I think that's a very important angle, or like this like loophole where the academy is eating itself alive through the fetish. So pretty much the fetish is assigning, it's a religious term, at least, I mean, you probably know more than me, but it's a critical term within the study of religion historically, and it's used to describe African religions, and then religions in general, where we misassign value to things that we venerate, and then we also misassign value to ourselves. So we're both in false religions, and also we're not critical thinkers. So the academy has since then realized that this is racist, and that the tools that they claim are objective and universal
are just their own fetishes.
Critiques that they criticize us of being fetishists.
They're just their own fetishes. Absolutely.
Exactly. So if anybody wants like an angle into destroying the academy is already destroying itself through the fetish. So I got really excited when I took this class, and now I'm distracted in a sense, right? Because the professor, well, the University of Chicago and the academy in general, especially when we get into higher education, becomes whiter and whiter. And the questions become, especially when you have a class about race, become kind of stupider and stupider. So, yeah, I mean, you said it, not me, you said it yesterday, right? And as they become stupider and stupider, they want to talk about things like, you know, race, and this is white supremacy. Hello. They don't want to use those terms because it makes them self-conscious. So in that class, the professor, who, by the way, told me at the end that she wanted to do an independent study with me because I was asking so many questions, she got excited. And just like the roles flipping was so cool. But you know what she told me at the end? She told me that, you know, in the beginning, going back to Noor's comment, I thought you were a difficult student.
Yeah, a lot.
And now I realize I'm not going to say the nice thing she said, but mashallah, she appreciated the critical thinking to the point where she wanted to do an independent study with me. So I would say, you know, just from personal experience, no caps, call it out.
Agreed. So should I begin responding? Just because you? Sorry. No. Okay. I mean, you can get one more in. Otherwise, it's just I'm not gonna be able to respond to all of it.
Yes. Okay. I'm just giving some recent thoughts to anybody else who wants to break down the academy. So anyway, my conclusion for this independent study is let's destroy the academy. The academy is non-salvageable. It seems to me, and I want to ask you what your vision is ultimately, right? Is to, you know, the fetish and other things show that the academy itself was based on racist presuppositions that are so deeply rooted that we can't get out of it, no matter how hard we try. And what I'm going to propose is let's just destroy it all and make something new, and let it be epistemological,
Okay.
right? Where we get everybody in the mix, right? And there's no hegemony and universalization of knowledge. But I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
And then another one, just real quick, okay?
Sure.
What is an Islamic epistemology?
Okay.
You know, like I asked this also because it's so muddled up, because when I was looking into Islamic studies, there's so much reverence for Aristotle and the Greeks, to the point where the whole mind thing almost becomes Islamic, and like things, understandings of gender and sex difference, for example, that are extremely sexist and misogynistic, that are from the Greeks, also become rationalized
Absolutely.
and naturalized by Muslims.
Absolutely.
So, like, what is an Islamic epistemology, and especially what is an Islamic epistemology on gender and race?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, so you've designed a whole new course for me that I definitely can't give in response, but I'm gonna knock off a few of these to the best of my capacity. So if people go to the chat, Yusuf Carter actually anticipated my recommendation, where he said one good way to combine both realms of knowledge is to utilize your graduate fieldwork period to become situated in more traditional forms of knowledge acquisition. This is an excellent shortcut, and it's that has been taken by many of the scholars that work on Islam in Africa, is that you simply design your fieldwork to root you in traditional forms of knowledge, which is basically what I did. I went and spent 18 months living in Senegal doing my PhD research, where I was sitting with teachers and scholars of Quran and interviewing people that had grown up in Quran schools, being re-socialized. So you can, if you're already in these academic spaces, then you can construct and design your fieldwork to give you direct access to those sources of knowledge, so that you actually acquire much of your foundational Islamic knowledge through your PhD research itself. When I teach my Islam in Africa class now at UCSB and before at Michigan and Northwestern, I tell people that basically what I've done is created a university-friendly version of a West African majlis. And the reason is that while I did Islamic intellectual history as part of my PhD training, I didn't do Islamic studies. I learned Islamic studies from West African scholars, so I can only teach it to them the way that I myself learned it. And that has been, something that's been really, beneficial, is that I've essentially been able to channel not just the style of that education, but its contents to students, both through the writing and through the actual teaching. So I fully endorse Professor Carter's, reference there. I want to go back to the very first thing that you said, where you said that there's so much work to be done, because this is something that I've said in a number of environments that I haven't yet said in this one that needs to be said. And that is simply this. The reason why the sciences of, and I'll just name what has gone unnamed in this space, but the sciences of Sufism specifically, the sciences of Sufism are the Islamic tradition of ethical purification and spiritual elevation. That's what the science of Sufism was always designed to inculcate and to transmit, okay? That this is required for us to be successful in this affair. And the reason for it is simple. This is also implicit in what I was saying about Imam Ghazali's Ihya Ulumuddin, is that the circumstances are so dire that each one of us will need to do the work of 10 men or 10 women, 100 men or 100 women, 1,000 men or 1,000 women. And we can't even do the work of one when our nafs is in the way. When we are in a prison of our own lusts, desires, ego, confusion, then we are ineffective tools of change. So that if we take seriously the urgency of the moment and what will be required to actually bring about victory, then we realize why it's incumbent upon us individually to undertake this effort of spiritual purification. that the work is just so substantial in the world, and it can't possibly get done when we are such hopelessly ineffective agents of it, because we lack the clarity about what we're purpose-built to do. And we expend a bunch of energy on things that are tangential to our central task, things that are not part of our foundational purpose as individuals. With respect to abolish the academy, abolish the police every day and twice on Sundays. As for abolishing the academy, I don't see it that way. And the reason for it is that at its root, what the academy was and could be is essentially an institution that was formed by the Prophet Idris, peace be upon him, the first of the prophets to teach by the pen, and the one who crafted the inculcation of all of the sciences, natural, social, and metaphysical, and taught those to the ancient Egyptians 5,500 years ago or more, okay? And that this institution crafted some of the most spiritually and intellectually accomplished human beings who were jet black Africans that walked the banks of the Nile thousands of years ago. And then the Greeks came to study what these people had taught. And yes, they distorted it. Yes, they took elements of it and changed them and reshaped them. And so frankly did the Egyptians. They told lies about their own past. They told lies about their own gods. They told lies about their own histories and so forth. But the institution itself of a space for sacred knowledge transmission is something that was ordained by God himself, taught and renewed by all of the prophets. And in the end, I do think that enterprise, while it may not take the kind of fixed institutional form of the imperial university as we now know it, right? That is a timeless treasure, and one that believing, thinking people can be committed to. Obviously, it would take a great deal of work to redeem the institutions in which we currently work. And if we have functioning, thriving alternatives to these institutions of knowledge transmission, then I'm all for supporting them. I haven't seen one yet. I'll be blunt with you about that. So my own solution has been to carve out as much as possible autonomous spaces within these institutions, taking the guidance that, a relatively simple and straightforward piece of guidance from Imam Fore Drame, which was to say that you don't make an impact into how a society understands knowledge by ignoring its institutions of knowledge transmission. In other words, you can't get around the function that universities play in the current moment in Western societies. So you better use them. So in the short term, my answer is to try to carve out spaces, which is what I've done here. I have something that's completely independently funded, no oversight, or approval, from my department chair. The money comes directly from the dean's office to run what is called the Initiative for the Study of Race, Religion, and Revolution. And I populate it with what I want to populate it with. I bring in who I want to have speak. We cultivate and develop the conversation that we hope to develop. And if in the future there's an opportunity for us to have more autonomous iterations of educational institutions that can actually be successful, then I'll be for that. And that's my short answer. Provisional. Subject to change as circumstances change. If we have enough soldiers, in the next generation, I might reassess. If every, person in this gathering, trains 313 students, of like mind, then in 15, 20 years, we'll be standing in a dramatically different circumstance. And we may be able to build those freestanding autonomous institutions that are not dependent upon imperial legacies. But for the moment, I don't see a way around them. Gonna have to go through them. And that's just my assessment. And I perfectly well understand that reasoning, thinking, ethical people can disagree with me on that. That's not an issue. Ursula.
Hi, assalamu alaikum everyone. Assalamu alaikum, Professor.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
I actually, in your answer to what Sister Noor asked, you already gave an answer that is very, very, very much applicable to my personal problem. But I would still like to mention the bigger consequences of this problem that of difficulties that I've encountered. So I'm in Islamic studies, and I'm especially dealing with the history of early Islam from original documents from that time, so from the first 3 centuries of the Hijrah. Yep. And I have the feeling that in the field that I'm in Islamic studies, since we have this self-proclaimed neutrality, so that we don't mix our own, of course, religious feelings into our research, right? And there is, I feel, so much fear and disgust towards religious utterances or religious feelings, that researchers also apply this to the people in the sources. But the people in the sources were Muslims in the earliest Islamic centuries.
They believed in this, so they can't possibly be trusted as sources.
So yeah, so what I specifically mean is that I'm working with the question how knowledge was transmitted, actually, especially how the hadith was transmitted at that time, because we don't have many sources for that. Sure. And so, of course, all the time I come across phenomena where people just utter their religious feelings somehow. But I feel somehow forced by my academic environment to explain these manifestations of religious feelings in writing, that they have some kind of pragmatic purpose. They will get those people a societal advantage if they proclaim that they are religious or something like that. So it is not given to those people who are from 2nd or 3rd Islamic century Egypt. It is not, they are not given. Of course, they cannot speak for themselves, only documents can speak now, but it is not given to them that this is genuine expression of their religious feelings.
Because just to summarize, to make sure that I'm understanding, the thrust of what you're saying correctly, is that the way that the academy interprets religious experience is always in instrumental terms, right?
Exactly. That those people,
religious experience is always translated into a sociological register.
Exactly. So that it will, if a trader, right, who is mainly doing trade from his records, from his letters that we have, on the back of his letter is writing down some hadith, then it cannot be because he was interested in that, or it can be only because then I feel forced to interpret that as having some kind of pragmatic reason that it will give him a social advantage to be knowledgeable in hadith or something like that. It cannot be his personal religious feeling,
right?
Because we as researchers have this self-proclaimed neutrality, that we don't bring our religious feelings into the research.
So therefore we end up erasing them when they're expressed in our historical sources and assimilating
exactly.
a framework.
Exactly. This is
that is atheistic. So here's my response. Is that this is actually academic malpractice, okay? And the reason why this is academic malpractice goes back to, and this doesn't have anything to do, properly speaking, with one's faith commitments or otherwise. It's just simply this, is that if you go back to that sacred compact with your sources, then it matters what people thought they were doing when they did things. In other words, the ideational universe that people inhabit and their intentionality, if you simply reduce that to what you see as the real, genuine sociological circumstances, you have done the maximum violence to your historical sources, because you have taken away the context of intelligibility of all of their utterances. That the person that taught me how to study Islam properly and at some level was my own PhD advisor, who didn't work on Islam. He worked, so he was he's still alive. I shouldn't talk about him in past tense. Steve Fireman, one of the kind of famous Africanist historians and anthropologists. One of the things that, a Jewish guy from Brooklyn, who speaks fluent Swahili and fluent Shamba, he apprenticed with a master rainmaker in Tanzania for 7 years. Okay. I didn't know anybody who knew an African system of thought from the inside any better than this old Jewish guy from Brooklyn, because he had lived it and been trained to think through it. And from his standpoint, when he talked about it, he said, it's just bad social science. Because if you don't understand what people thought they were doing when they did things, then you don't understand anything about their action. Put aside your own religious commitments or the feelings that all of this invoke. It's just intellectually lazy and deficient. And the fact that it continues to masquerade as analysis in the academy just shows the way in which Islamophobic argumentation doesn't require any sound intellectual basis, because just at the surface of it, it's bad scholarship. To simply disregard what people think they're doing as they do it as irrelevant is bad science. So the answer is to try to as thoroughly elucidate the context in which those meanings and expressions of religious understanding are uttered. That's actually just being a good historian or a good sociologist. It's about fully contextualizing your source material. And I don't know if that's going to be enough, to survive at the rotten core of Islamic studies, because it's a place where objectively disprovable and intellectually lazy arguments about the falsification of Quran or the falsification of Hadith, persisted in spite of the fact that they were easily demonstrably false for 30 or 40 years as academic orthodoxy. Just because they, corresponded to a deep need in Western society to assail the primary source documentation of Islam. So, but that would be the ground that I would stand on in order to craft those counter arguments back, is that ultimately this is about contextualizing and understanding what the actors that I am studying thought that they were doing when they did it. And that is in and of itself a valid and valuable contribution to universal knowledge. Does that help or not? Inshallah. Okay, cool. Is it jihad?
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, it's jihad. I may sound like a bit of an outsider posing this question, but it's just something that I've been wondering about. I just started my DPhil last October, and whenever in these discussions about decoloniality happen, what strikes me. So I did my bachelor's in Egypt, and I lived in the Middle East until I was 24, different countries, and I just moved to the UK 4 years ago. And I just, I'm still grappling with the fact that Western academia still, even in the spaces where decolonization is discussed, seems like the only game in town. I find that problematic because place matters, the problems that are posed to researchers matters, and the needs that people expect of researchers depend on the place where that researcher is placed. And as someone who has just come from, so I was in Egypt between 2011 and 2015. I was through it all. And when I came here, so I'm at the Oriental Institute at Oxford, and I've been welcomed in unimaginable ways. So I've been made to feel more comfortable than I expected I would be. So I'm not like, but at the same time, I feel like when people talk about the subject of Egypt, especially because it's so salient when talking about the Middle East, I feel more. I identify more with the people being talked about than the people doing the talking. And that makes me very uncomfortable. Sometimes it triggers certain feelings of. So I did my bachelor's, and the amount of alienation that happened. So I went to study politics right after the revolution in 2011, or if you'd call it a revolution, and going into politics as a revolutionary, and then the amount of alienation and the disillusionment that happened just because of that institution, and the amount of, I don't know, was toxication, or I don't know how to describe it, but these people turned their backs on their people. Like I didn't know anything about politics or social science, but I would hear like simple things like, oh, those are, the newspapers that are read by, and then they'd use like derogatory terms for the masses. And that just sounded so anti-revolutionary to me. It was horrible. And the more I studied, the more I started to understand why I'm not liking this. So yeah, it was like the antithesis of revolution, making me feel again rehumanized, like I don't have to be ashamed and apologetic for who I am anymore. But then going into those institutions that tell me that no, you do, there is this hierarchy and we need to catch up to the West and all of these ideas. And the problem with decolonization is I still feel, to me, it's basically about charting a future for the wretched people who've been left behind. And the problem is how the debates happen now. They still work towards a future that to me sounds like it's still based in the West. So we're working, for Muslim communities, but the Muslim communities in the West, Muslims who talk about integration and they want to prove that they, they can manifest, the beautiful British values, are almost always comparing themselves to that wretched place where they've, they survived, or, they left that behind them. And I find that very problematic. And the thing you said about Ngugi wa Thiong'o, he said about language, I still think so when I read your book, for example, which was really refreshing, it was great, and I think I will be using it. Maybe I'll be getting in touch with you. But it was refreshing to see that you weren't moving with the agenda of how the outsider sees those communities, and you didn't care about. So when corporal punishment first came up, you didn't seem apologetic about it. You had something to say, but you didn't say like, oh wait, I'm going to be saying something. I didn't feel that was the energy, for example. Maybe I hope
no, you're absolutely right. I just didn't want to interrupt, but you've already put so much on the table that just allow me to interject, if not interrupt. So in addition to Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the bulk of the first part of your statement was essentially and thoroughly unpacked by W.E.B. Du Bois at the beginning of the 20th century. Okay, when he talked about the problem of the Negro being the problem of double consciousness. The Negro is a sort of seventh son born with a call. A call is a veil that's over a newborn, child. And what his point was to say that we always experience our authentic selves through the veil of our colonizers' perception of us. okay? The idea being that, and here's Du Bois' exact words, was to say, is that it's the feeling of always measuring your own soul with another man's tape. That the way that you take the measure of yourself, the metrics that you use aren't your own. So you're always going to come away failing. You're always going to come away lacking. You're always going to come away with an inherent inferiority complex. The way that Malcolm put it was, he said, the problem with the Negro is that if a Negro sees a Negro selling ice and a white man selling ice, he's going to think the white man's ice is colder. That we come to internalize a sense of deficiency about ourselves because we're always measuring ourselves with the tape of a society that has sought to demean and dehumanize us. And the way that I tried to summarize this in an Instagram post, which is not always easy to do, you have a few, very few words to do it with, is that the first piece of counsel that I gave to colonized scholars and intellectuals is show up as you. You can't be them anyway. You'll never be as good at being them as they are. And if you could, would you want to? Which returns me to the second part of your sense, which is that those dismissive colonized intellectuals that you talk about in an Egyptian context, we know them very well. The self-hating Negro, Uncle Ruckus, Sam Jackson's character in Django, we know that guy. It's the one that has internalized all the categories of their oppressor and has become the most effective weapon ever crafted for racial subjugation, precisely because nobody can oppress our people like we can. Nobody can oppress our people like we can. Because we know our people better than they do. And we hate our own people more than they do. Because we have thoroughly imbibed this poison. And we only experience the authenticity of ourselves through the brutalization of ourselves. It's a taste that we cannot get out of our mouths. So at a certain level, in spite of the kind of foundational universality of Islam that I was pointing to in our Fitri state, Saif is right in part of his critique. Yes, there absolutely is and has to be a thorough and unflinching realization of the extent to which we have become complicit in our own dehumanization. The beginning of freedom is understanding the nature of your bondage. That's what the first thing that I tried to share was about. It's about that elephant, the elephant in the room, is that we can walk away at any time, but we, through these mental constructs, keep ourselves perfectly imprisoned. You can trample the fences at any time, but you stay inside. Sorry to interrupt, but the Du Bois part.
No, yeah, thank you. It's I just, it's good to get like suggestions for what to read next. But yeah, my question basically.
Du Bois always and forever. I mean, literally, just spend as much time with souls of Black folk as you can. And this is another really, really important point. And I'm just going to say this now for all of you who are not Black, and also for many of you who are Black. Understand that if you want to redeem Islam in the contemporary age, then study the Black resistance tradition. Because no one else has ever been able to survive their colonizers and stay a distinct cultural entity. 500 years we've been at this and we're still us. Many of y'all are gone after a century. Ultimately, there is a timeless and universal lesson that is being taught through the Black historical experience in the Americas, the same way that there was a timeless and universal lesson that was taught through the bondage of Beni Israel in Egypt. And if you don't understand that, then you will lose your own struggle for the preservation of yourself. Yeah, go ahead. Did you have more, another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to,
By all means,
like
go
a,
ahead.
yeah, final thought. So on the issue of language and, as you say, writing from the same tradition, then given all this, how do you balance? Because if you don't, writing in the language of the people who, I think you used a phrase yesterday, the communities that sent us, and I really loved that, because when my friends back home, they look at me as the one who survived, who managed to get out, who has a platform to write and to speak and to study, and they can't because there's either too much censorship or they're just, there's, they've got family members in prison, or it's hard enough to stay alive. So how I just really have a hard time figuring out how to speak to that community from and think of its own agenda and think of their own concerns and research problems that are more pressing to them in this context. I don't know how to navigate that. It's an imposition. It's like an impossible positionality for me at the moment. I just don't know how else to put it.
Yeah, I fully understand, and I think I fully understand. What I would say in response is that that moral obligation that you feel incumbent upon yourself to give voice to the voiceless, to offer, representation, that's good. But it also can be potentially internally debilitating. I would reframe it just as a matter of personal counsel in terms of khidmah, in terms of service. That what I try to do as much as possible is to think how I can use my tongue and my pen in service of the communities to whom I have my primary responsibilities, rather than ventriloquizing them, rather than representing them, rather than speaking on their behalf, is that I just want to be in service, to stay in a position of service and khidmah. And that sometimes means taking your own voice. It sometimes means being critical about things that your own folks say and do. But as long as it stays rooted in a fulfillment of a kind of primary Quranic obligation to stay in service to the children of Adam, and especially those amongst the oppressed, then we just have hope and trust that God will guide our tongues and our pens and our actions when the intentionality and the intentionality is right and the methodology is rooted. Because the truth is, we don't control these outcomes. We simply have to formulate the best understandings that we can, devote our, life to worship of God and to service of his creation, and then, let the chips fall, and, move with confidence. Don't be afraid, don't despair, and don't allow doubt to paralyze you. Because that's also, a kind of primary weapon against, the progress of our communities, is that we just end up so paralyzed by doubt that we don't end up doing much of anything at all. So, inshallah, we could go on at much greater length, and I'm sorry to have to cut short the answers, but there's just so many hands up. I'm just looking down. So, inshallah, Farah.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm bit conscious that my questions are going to take away from the thread of this discussion.
That's okay. This, moving the conversation in a different direction can be beneficial as well. Don't worry about that.
Right, but just on Jihad's point, one thing that I feel the pressure to do, but I think is the way forward, is that we do need to write for both audiences, so that, of course, as being in the academy, we have to write for the academy, but then we can equally translate those same materials to write for our communities and audiences that are going to understand it in a different kind of way.
Without question. I mean, it's one of the reasons why, after George Floyd was murdered, I started using social media as a way of expressing some of these ideas in a way that I knew was never going to reach a non-academic audience in the forms that they were broached. Without question, we should always, think about the way in which we're conceiving of, the publics that we're trying to reach with the message, and tailor the delivery of the message. Never do we send a messenger except in the language of the people. So master the people's language and communicate in a way that's appropriate. So I fully agree. Thank you for that.
And secondly, the point you made about the African-American experience and translating that into, it linked to one of my questions, which is about the majority of the discussion we've had on decolonization over these last 2 days has been around our location in the Western academia. What would you say in terms of our responsibility, or how we could approach these same questions in higher education, university academies in the Muslim world, particularly in the area that you've just studied of Senegal and Gambia and so on? How would you translate the learning from the US into that kind of category, kind of space?
Okay, so when you said Muslim world, I got worried for a second because I wasn't sure where we were talking about specifically. But I think that you've already sort of answered your own question, is that with the first part of your statement, which is that if we see ourselves as belonging both in and to communities in different parts of the Muslim world and different parts of the Western world. And of course, the Western world is part of the Muslim world, whether we would, recognize that or not. Then we ought to be thinking about the ways in which any kind of beneficial impact of the knowledge that we produce, disseminate, or circulate can actually lead as much as possible to positive knowledge outcomes in the places where we work. So I'll give you the example of how I've tried to do this. When I was doing research in the Senegal River Valley that ultimately, kind of became important in chapter 3 of the Walking Quran, and I was cataloging the libraries of clerical families in the Senegal River Valley on the Mauritanian Senegalese side, and crossing the river in little canoes over, extended period of time. One of the things that I did was to take some of the money from the Ford Foundation that I had gotten to fund this grant, and basically just use it to buy every single family that we worked with bookshelves to put a proper library in homes and in Quran schools, to get books out of trunks and up off of the ground so that they would survive into the next generation. That we took the majority of the funding that we had for project management execution and put it into graduate students that were based in Africa, or young faculty that were based in Africa, paying for their research, paying to bring them to Northwestern University at the time to give presentations, to work with others. Basically thinking about how we could use whatever resources we had access to in this environment in order to further the specific goals of like-minded scholars who were based on the continent. Whether they were in traditionally Islamic schooling context, or Western university schooling context in Africa. And as much as possible also, what's the word? Diminishing the social and epistemological distance between the two traditions. What do I mean by that? For 4 years, between 2007, I think it was 2007, no, it's between 2005 and 2008. I hosted at the Islamic Institute of Dakar, we called them workshops, where we brought together classically trained Muslim scholars from throughout Senegambia and university trained scholars of Islam from throughout Senegambia, and brought them together. We translated their papers that they wrote from Arabic into French and from French into Arabic. And then we did the entirety of the conference in the Wolof language, which was the language that people could use to communicate with one another. So we created an entirely different kind of space where we acknowledge the kind of expertise and rootedness of the scholars in these two different traditions and just basically put them into conversation with one another using an African vernacular language. I was told repeatedly that nothing like that had ever happened, that there were never conferences of that kind before we started doing them. That was one way of trying to create and facilitate a broader conversation. It ended up getting covered by Senegalese in the national TV and other things. So the point of that is that if we think creatively about how to facilitate like conversations that provide benefit, remember, knowledge is that which provides benefit. It's not data. Knowledge is that which provides benefit. So if we keep that kind of foundational definition of what real knowledge is, and then just think in creative ways about how we can use access to these different spaces in order to facilitate and forward the movement of actual knowledge, then these kind of interventions, become visible. Whereas they're not, strictly speaking, things that can be seen when you're operating from within the confines of one system or another. I don't know if that helps, but I've seen it work. Literally, I've seen it work in the world. And it's the reason why now in the initiative that I direct here at UCSB, we always bring together public Muslim intellectuals, classically trained scholars, academics at all different levels, because I know from experience in West Africa that when you do that, it leads to a different kind of conversation, new collaborative relationships. It breaks some of the fetishes, for lack of a better word, that inhere in our traditional and/or university framings of what knowledge is. I need to write a memoir, inshallah. Khadija.
Assalamu alaikum, Professor. Jazakallah khair for this, and thank you to everybody also contributing in the chat. It's been very enlightening. The question I wanted to ask was specifically around something you mentioned yesterday about the intellect from an Islamic framework, that it's not rooted in the brain, and that even what we think of as something that's doing the thinking is actually,
it's not rooted in the mind. I didn't say it wasn't rooted in the brain.
In the mind, sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
So as I'm a social worker, and in the field of mental health, social work, therapy, there is this centrality around your intellect and cognitive, like therapy modalities are centered around the cognition and your cognitive thinking. So I've just been kind of sitting with this idea as it pertains to my work. And I've kind of dived a little bit into like Islamic frameworks of psychotherapy and mental health. And I think you've mentioned this before, a lot of it is just the same, like as a Western framework or rooted in Western epistemology, but cloaked in Islamic terminology, or, spiced with Islamic words here and there. So I'm just wondering if you can maybe provide a recommendation where I could begin, and people who might be in the same field as I am, to dive deeper into the idea of the heart being the place of intellect that we can then utilize to ground ourselves in our field work and in our practice within an Islamic epistemology as we navigate Western epistemology that is rooted in the mind as the place of the intellect and has complete disregard for the spiritual realm.
Excellent set of questions. So the first thing to say is that every year there's a Black Muslim psychology conference that is is an excellent kind of format for discussion of these ideas from a kind of broad interdisciplinary perspective. And I do think that it's that it's regrettable oftentimes that people that don't happen to be of African descent don't benefit from engaging that Black Muslim psychology conference. So that's the first thing that I would mention. I want to say two things about psychology just to make sure that the way that I think about this is clear, and people can take or leave the way that I think about it. So the first is that while in its origin, the psyche was a kind of concept that was akin to the soul. Ultimately, the migration of the psyche to a kind of modern notion of the mind compromises in basic ways the way that psychology sees the target of its intervention in my thinking. Doesn't make it useless, doesn't make it irrelevant. I'm not trying to throw away the whole discipline. And especially the way in which some colonized intellectuals, Frantz Fanon comes to mind, and others as well, have been able to think with the analytical tools of psychology in order to produce, really, really profound insights. I don't want to suggest that just because I think the mind is a fiction made up by the Greeks that we ought to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? It's just about reorienting the way in which we think about our own categories so that we're assimilating things to a Quranic framework rather than the other way around. The second thing that I'll say about this is that ultimately the basic limitation of psychology, as I see it from within the sciences of spiritual edification of Islam, is that it's a journey that takes place entirely within the soul, properly speaking, within the nafs. The whole of the discipline, it essentially operates only at the level of the nafs and not at the level of the spirit, not at the level of the heart, and so forth. So that it ends up being a journey inside this compromised version of the self that usually masquerades as the totality of a human being, so that there's a kind of structural limitation from an Islamic standpoint for the kinds of interventions that can be made using traditional psychological forms. And that that's one of the things that Black Muslim Psychology Conference engages, amongst other things, is that how do we augment, or modify the tools from this received tradition of psychology in order to give expression to something that functions in a more appropriately Islamic way. So that's the kind of principal thing that I wanted to say in response about psychology. Now, the last thing that I'll say, my own understanding is that the mind isn't actually a real thing. My own understanding is that it's a kind of shorthand that emerges to collapse a whole bunch of mental processes. In other words, processes that are about thinking and the way that consciousness works, and to put them into an entirely fictional vessel, an entirely fictional receptacle. And so I prefer at all times to think with the Quranic categories when Quranic categories are explicit. And the Quran is very clear that intellection takes place inside the heart, and so does emotion. The ancient Egyptian metaphysical system framed things in the same way. So did ancient Chinese thought, and so forth. Actually, when you're translating from ancient Chinese text, a scholar of Chinese history told me this when I asked the question at a conference, is that every single time you see mind translated from a classical Chinese text, the word that's being translated is actually heart, every time, right? And that's not an accident, that there's a reason why God targets this as the core and center of a human being. I fully accept that you don't have to accept my radical version of the position that the mind is a fiction made up by the Greeks. It may or may not correspond to a thing that's really inside us. But I would consider that at best a provisional conclusion. And I think that conflating the way that we think about the brain's processes of perception and cognition, the way that neuroscience functions, and tethering that to essentially a hypothesis about the existence of a mind is just, it's just not very intellectually satisfying as a basis for organizing the way that we think about thought. So somebody just pointed out that it's late, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. We're at 11 o'clock local time. There's lots of hands still up, and I'm happy to stay to take questions because I know that there's gonna be more questions, but I really need to use the restroom. So I'm just gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna refresh my wudu. I'm gonna check on Idris to make sure that my son's got coverage, and I'll try to take as many questions as I can for the next half hour. And then inshallah, we'll call it a wrap and continue the conversation in Mighty Networks, and we'll get to thinking, and I really want to hear, recommendations from you guys about how to continue this conversation, about how to create, if we have Islamic studies, groups, if we have people that are working on early Islam, if we have people that are concerned with activist and political implications, that we start to form those kernels, because really, if this isn't about the cultivation of, of action in the world, and essentially the organization of our troops, then it's not me using my time as effectively as I can. I'm not fulfilling the mission that God sent me to fulfill. So I want to facilitate that in the last little bit of time that we have as well. So just give me a few moments. I'm gonna check on my son, refresh my wudu, and then we'll wrap things up. And of course, if you have to go, we're past time. And if you like to stay, you're welcome. All right, Assalamu alaikum. I'll try to be less long-winded in responses to questions, so we can get through more. Is it Shama?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
So the category of being a total outsider applies to me as well. I am not a student. I'm an Egyptian immigrant, first generation, and I'm just a big fan, to say the least. Well, when I just moved here to the US, the first thing I was told to unlearn everything about deen and faith that I learned from Egypt, and try to learn from the scholars here. And this is what I'm doing since I came here. Yeah, because what I've learned, did it help me survive in this country that abandons everything I believed and distort the identity of my children. So I was just trying to be keep learning, and I learned the faith led me to history and Islamic history, and learning the history from other perspectives helped me a lot. And I was surprised that and I learned from you actually that the Islamic faith, the Islamic tradition from the Western, I was surprised that how the Islamic tradition was totally ignored from the West African perspective. And I realized how my knowledge was so lacking. Learning history led me to Black history, and Black history led me to Black Muslim history, which is totally different than Black history. I took courses with Dr. Kirsten in Stanford University before, and I'm totally surprised that I was appalled by how they portray the Islamic Black Muslim history in their stories. So, I mainly write blogs and books for children in English, and I write novels. Yeah, and I write novels and articles in Arabic. So if you educate me, you're investing in me. I'm making sure to spread the knowledge to others. I wrote a blog about race. It got me in trouble. They pointed out how I'm racist, and then they advised me to take a civic class. I applied for the class, and then the class was canceled. And so it seems like I'm not the only racist one there. Then I was curious why the class was canceled, and I just followed the author like a stalker, and he led me to you and led me to other names that really where I found the true knowledge. And I'm just, alhamdulillah. So I have two questions. The first one, where is it okay to point out to your work and other people work in a blog or in one of the books I'm working on now?
Of course.
And the second,
knowledge is meant to be spread. I often say this, I haven't said this in this environment. There are two things that the more you give them away, the more that you are increasing them, and they are knowledge and love.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they were directed to the true knowledge, because when you share something new, people will try to say, where did you get that from? So I want to make sure that they are directed to.
Send them to me, and whatever arguments that they may have, I'm fully prepared to handle myself, so don't worry.
Great. The second question is, I'm following your Facebook page, and I'm pretty sure it's inactive. Where can I find future classes where we can learn about future work?
Use the Mighty Network link that somebody just put in the chat. And I don't use the Facebook because I actually don't really know how to use Facebook, but I'm very active on Instagram. So if you follow me on Instagram, I post.
So what's your account on Instagram?
I'll type it into the chat, but it's my lifetime and childhood nickname. So it's just Butch Ware.
Okay, thank you.
So if you follow me there, and I'll often, just, put, kind of daily reflections and reminders on Instagram because it's what I know how to use. And then anything that's related to upcoming courses and stuff like that, and where we're doing discussions here, we'll try as much as possible to send those through Mighty Networks.
Thank you.
I want to say one thing, just so please do put into the chat where people in the on the Zoom can get access to your books. Because
thanks.
Obviously, the having materials that we can use to communicate and transmit sound fitri understandings that children are incredibly valuable for all of us. And then I just want to underline one thing, and I've said this for a long time, and people may or may not believe it, and it may or may not be true because I haven't seen the future. Well, I haven't seen this aspect of the future. My understanding is that if there is hope for Islam in the near and intermediate future, it will come from the West. that it's already happening, that the next, center for the communication of, Islam's core religious ideas and spiritual ethics, that center of gravity is already really moved in a basic way to North America. It's just that a lot of people in the Arab world don't know that or understand it. But because of the way that the English language functions as a lingua franca across the world, because of the impacts of imperialism, and because of the way that the United States is situated in the global political economy, and because of the way that Black people are situated as the truth tellers of the United States of America, ultimately, one way or the other, the future of Islam is going through Black American Muslims. That's just the reality of the circumstance as I see it. And I'm not the only one that sees it that way. I've been told by, edified, scholars and shuyukh of every color from West Africa, from the Middle East, and from other places that say that the victory of Islam will come through our people or it won't come at all. So that's my 2 cents, and we'll see how things shake down.
Thank you.
Sanya?
Yeah, it's Sanya. Assalamu alaikum. I'm sorry if I sound not so eloquent. My hijab is not in place at the moment. Again, I just feel overwhelmed, to be honest, by today's interaction. I think it's so refreshing, and I don't mean it in a cliche way. I really, from the bottom of my heart, because it's something I struggled with when I was doing my PhD. I'm a Balkan Muslim, so we are specific.
Yep.
Because we are, if you want to use a racial kind of terminology, we are indigenous white Muslims.
Exactly, yeah.
And that is a serious issue. It's a serious issue of understanding Islam.
Absolutely.
If whatever we want to call Western world, or even Muslim world.
Definitely.
This is really interesting for me because I took my cues through my study, which I completed quite a while ago now, from the sources you mentioned and the references from Black Muslim history. That's really, they were so like, okay, I'm Bosnian, I'm white, but this sounds true. And this is really something amazing. So to me, to listen to what you had to say, and also everyone else's opinions and views, is really something I've never experienced before. And it's amazing, really amazing. I can't thank Allah for this opportunity, really. And so what I want to, there's few things. So I've been listening to you while I was driving from my hike and all the way, and then trying to put it all together because there were so many moments.
If you put it all together, let me know, because I'm not 100% sure that I have it all
put it all together for myself. And there were many moments that so echoed so much. So my background in academia, actually, I started with Islamic studies, and most of my teachers were Muslim and very good teachers. I really, really appreciated them. But however, grounding was in Western ways of thinking, Western ways of knowing. And only by coming to university at a sociology department in women's studies, where I first kind of came across works of bell hooks. And then kind of, okay, all right. There is this voice that needs to be heard. And how do I negotiate that? How do I negotiate the fact that my faith and my experience is what motivated me to the study?
Mm-hmm.
And how do I corroborate these ideas and theories and how do I align my motivations and intentions with my understandings and actions?
Wow.
And when you were talking about everything so far, it was so many things there, because we have, I think you mentioned a number of times rootedness. And my study was about Muslim women like myself. A majority of them at that time happened to be, you know, the hijabi women like myself in European society. So it was like the constant questioning of myself: where am I? Who am I? What am I doing here? Am I being true to you know, to the pure intention of this? Am I just navel gazing for the sake of it? And
a lot of that in academia, so you're right to ask.
Yeah, no, it was, but it was it was to the points then, you know, that there was a lot of I think conflicting as well as contesting voices in my head, and in reality, where, you know, the academic department I was with, you know, seriously kind of put these questions all the time, you know, because in my writings, my belief was very evident. And I had to overcome the idea. This is something I wanted to mention to people who are maybe early in their academic careers, not to be afraid to be authentic about their religion, about their spirituality. And in my, at that time, I was, you know, many things were happening as they do in life when I was writing this. And I remember writing my introduction, which I subtitled "The Winged Horse," because I wanted to provoke this. I wanted to say, it's not, I feel this so deeply. And I'm not ashamed to say that everything I'm writing now, I ascribe to higher.
Yeah. So may I jump in at this particular point just to underline? So the heart of the matter ultimately is that whether colonized, formerly colonized, colonizer, or formerly colonizer, you are not doing anyone any favors by attempting to make yourself an iteration of them. The last person that you're helping is them. They need you to be you. What they need is to be instructed and re-civilized through a kind of engagement with authentically rooted, fitri human beings. And the more that we bend over to mold ourselves into the shape that we think that they expect from us, it's not just a disservice that we do to ourselves. It's actually a disservice that we do to them. It's a disservice that we do to humanity. It doesn't produce anything except alienation in us. And it continues the kind of further alienation of white supremacists from their own true and natural selves. The Prophet alayhi abdul salatu wassalam said, help your brother, whether oppressed or oppressor. And they said, we know how to help the oppressed. How do we help the oppressor? And he said, stop him from oppressing. that we have to show up in these spaces with the prophetic injunction that if we see an injustice, stop it with our hand. If we can't stop it with our hand, speak against it with our tongue. And if we can't speak against it with our tongue, at least turn our heart against it. And that is the least that can be accepted of a believer. And that's what you encounter when you encounter the Black resistance tradition, is you encounter people who might not have known the kalima, but that were more Muslim than many of the Muslims that say the words, because they encountered and interacted with every space as a way of saying, this is a space of injustice. I need to take whatever action I can to remedy it. And at the very least, I cannot internalize its categories. In other words, at the very least, I have to turn my heart against it. I cannot internalize its categories. I cannot let its way of thinking become normal or normative for me. This can never be okay in here. And for people that have thinking, feeling hearts, that's what many of us respond to. But unfortunately, if you're a non-Black Muslim, you haven't necessarily been given resources to tap into what that is, to understand that that what calls you from the Black radical resistance tradition itself is nothing other than the Quran. The fundamental basic message of the Quran, which is to liberate all human beings from bondage, internal and external. And that whoever utters that as a word of truth in the moment has spoken God's word and has spoken truth. And whoever conceals it is a kafir, because that literally what kafir means is a truth concealer. Somebody that shields or covers over the truth. Whoever falsifies that word of justice, that's the real kuffar. And the one who insists on rectification and justice is the true believer. So thank you, thank you for participating, staying in the space, and being able to benefit from the universality of the message in spite of the deficiency that some of us have in expressing it in a very particular cultural form. So thank you. Did you have any question that you wanted to add to that?
No, just I think when you were talking about fitra, and I think it's when we are in our brokenness, and it can be very often during our academic or any kind of research work, that when there is opportunity for fitra to really come through.
Yes.
And these blessings might not even come in amazing ideas, as you mentioned, but it could be just ability to write.
Absolutely.
Ability to write. I think another question, I will have a question, which is more kind of there. I think when we don't come from traditional, or whatever we deem to be traditional Islamic schooling, or non-native Arabic speaking, especially early in our lifeline, I think there is a fear for young academics to use this Islamic or Quranic ethics or frameworks in their work. There's how can I don't even speak Arabic. I don't even, I know some, but I think what can you advise, I think, in those circumstances, what can you advise for people who are in that situation to reflect on that and to kind of check on themselves and be to feel safe and good about using
as much as possible, sit with people who have acquired beneficial knowledge, undertake the effort to cultivate, sound understanding, and then, communicate to the best of your ability those sound understandings in vernacular expression. In other words, in the expression that makes sense in the society around you, and that so that there has to be a constant. Whoever would transmit knowledge must first seek it, right? You can't give to others that which you do not yourself have. So staying in a permanent position of knowledge acquisition, constantly trying to seek and perfect one's own light, and then as much as possible shining that light in whatever ways we're capable of. But we shouldn't kind of shy away from communicating the authenticity of our personal experience with the faith, because that will be true regardless. Right? Our truth will always be our truth, and our capacity to speak with sincerity from our own experience will move other human hearts. So we shouldn't have this kind of inferiority complex, or think that because I didn't study X or Y, that I can't, have a positive impact in this way. Name me. I'll just give you the simplest example. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, and that was the thing that really caused me to convert to Islam. Did Malcolm study Quranic Arabic with sheikhs? Was he indoctrinated into the sciences of Sufism? Did he have any of the formal traditional training that we seek in our contemporary scholarly community? No. But who do you know in the modern period that brought more people to Islam than him? Light, knowledge is a light that God casts into the breast of whosoever he wills. It is not the accumulation of many facts. It's a light that exists inside the breast. The Prophet ﷺ could not read, and he taught the whole world. So this isn't about fetishizing degrees, credentials, ijazas, or any other thing. It's about spreading beneficial knowledge, period, full stop. Inshallah. Omar. I'll try to pick up the pace because it's getting late. Assalamu alaikum, ya Omar.
Yes, I had a question regarding, a lot of times we see, like 10 years ago, perhaps, we see that we really wish that there was more like Muslims in the academy that were really doing this. But sometimes in some of my readings recently, especially like I'm in graduate school, I'm doing religious studies. And some of the works that I've encountered by Muslims have disappointed me a lot of times more than some of the books that are written by the Orientals. Like in this past semester, we read Shahab Ahmed's What is Islam? And this is now like the book that's in every like Islamic studies curriculum at the graduate level in universities. And there's like another kind of violence that's being done now from like within Muslims that there's this new, in my opinion, kind of Orientalism, which is like, Islam before was like this kind of caricature, but now like there's this understanding that Islam is everything. Anything you want it to be, like anything politically, anything morally, like drinking wine is halal, like everything's fine, like
up is down, down is up.
Anything you want it to be, like, and there is this epistemology that has been picked up by the social sciences, like through anthropology in particular, that looks at like, okay, whatever existed in the past, we can take it as fact. And so I don't know if you could comment about some of that kind of work that's being done that, in my opinion, like does even more harm than some of what the Orientals do.
So I'll tell you a story briefly. I was privy to conversations about, I won't say which institution that I worked at that this took place at, but there was efforts to hire a historian of modern Middle East. And one of the conversations that came up with the colleagues around dinner was that essentially the command had come down from the higher authorities, which presumably like literally went to like the president of the university's office, that that any kind of field or specialization was suitable as long as the person hired was the Muslim equivalent of a self-hating Jew. I'm not making this up, right? To put this in the simplest and bluntest of terms, I'll say it the way that my dad would have said it, okay? Which is, he says, son, you'll never go broke telling white folks what they want to hear. And what I usually add to that when I talk to graduate students is, yeah, and if you're telling them things that they don't want to hear, then your footnotes better be bulletproof. So there's no question that there's an active cultivation of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Not intellectual curiosity, not a kind of expansiveness of thought, but rather a thinly veiled anti-normativity. Not a representation of the broad span of what was considered normative at different points in Islamic history, or a nuanced historical understanding of that, but rather, as you said, simply that there is no normativity. There's only what people do. The structural function of that, within the academy is obvious. It was summed up in that dinner conversation. You're not going to get the job unless you're the Muslim equivalent of a self-hating Jew. This is like a shocking, thing for lots of the Muslims. It's not tough for Black folks. We've been dealing with this for a while, of having the people that are on the other side of the ivory tower that are supposed to be speaking for us and representing us be people that we know are our enemies. Get used to it. It's the price of admission for playing the game. It is that way and will stay that way. And the simple fact of the matter is that scholar can be intellectually lazy, thoughtless, poorly documented, and they will shoot to the top. Because they are the Muslim equivalent of jump down, turn around, pick a bale of cotton, jump down, turn around, pick a bale of hay. They are just singing and dancing, shucking and jiving for their overlords. We have to have our eyes set higher than that. We have to obviate their coonery with real knowledge and real scholarship. Make it irrelevant. And this, again, I feel like the example comes from within the subfield of the study of Islam in Africa. Just read the field now. All of the stuff that graduate students, like Tasneem and I have talked about this, others have talked about that. When you read work that was about Islam in Africa, 15, 20 years ago, you had to sift through so much racist trash, nonsense. Whereas now the students and graduate students that are being trained in the field are being taught my book, Sheikh Babu's book, Usman Koh. They don't even read the stuff that we had to, the nonsense and filth. We just replaced it and it was gone. And now no one reads it. And I feel like this is one thing where we do tend to get distracted, is that we behave as critics instead of thinking of ourselves as producers. That we focus on tearing down bad arguments, which is a thing that you'll never get credit for. That argument tore itself down. Building a better argument to put in its place is so much harder and so much more necessary. Because you're creating the edifice on which future scholars, thinkers, activists, revolutionaries will work. They won't even read the trash that your book replaces. So that's the way that I approach it personally. Yeah, it will genuinely drive you crazy, and then, so like, to me, it's like, okay, back to the lab then. Like, we got to get cooking, because, and I got to make sure that every last little piece of this, thing that we're constructing, holds water, because I want this to be, a pillar of how we approach things, from here on in, inshallah. Sayyid Jamaluddin, Tariqa, Rashid, Alia, and we're almost there. We're getting there, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Barakallahu fikum, jazakallah khairan. I want to first and foremost thank you for a great 2-day seminars, and may Allah grant you tawfiq in your important work, Sheikhna. I also want to thank all of our great scholars, brothers and sisters in the group. I've learned so much by
so
listening
many
to all of them.
luminaries in this group, for real. I mean, it's,
MashaAllah. It's
yeah.
an honor to be here and to learn from all of you. I just had to reflect. I'll try to be very short because I want to give time to our other brothers and sisters. So my first reflection was regarding, actually traditionally, if we look at Islamic knowledge, right? It was not categorized the way that we're seeing how knowledge is categorized in Western academia today.
Sure.
And I feel like sometimes when I'm interacting with people, even like myself, you know, I'm a reproduction of a lot of the structures, right? We tend to think, okay, I'm going to work with Islamic studies, then I need to go into the field of Islamic studies or into the field of anthropology. And then I speak with some colleagues that are doctors or physicians, and they say, but I'm a physician, it has nothing to do with Islam. But it actually has to do with Islam. Islam is not divided into the secular way that we divided, you know, knowledge in different categories, right? And if we look traditionally into our, you know, ancient scholars, you know, they were like, even Sina, you mentioned, Sheikh, right? He was like a polymath, right? So he was engaged in metaphysics and in physics, right? And he never divided it, you know, because everything came from Allah. Everything was to understand the hikmah that Allah has given us. Well, we tend to think like that today. And my question is, how can we change that framework? Because, I mean, we should actually work with Islamic thought in all sciences, not only in decolonial thought or in anthropology or in religious studies, like the secular religious studies, by the way. And we should, and then I thought about Bayt al-Hikmah and, you know, the tradition in Baghdad, or I was thinking about the traditional ways we had our universities connected to the masjids, and in the masjid you had the hospital, and everything was in one compound. It was holistic, right? So how can we revive this? Because I think, at least myself, I internalize it sometimes. Like, okay, if I'm going to work with Islamic studies, then I need to do it like this. Of course, you need to have the basic foundations and, you know, the general sciences like fiqh and tasawwuf and usul al-fiqh. Of course, this is important, but that is the rooting part. So this is my question for us. How can we expand our horizon when we're in an academical field, at least in West, where, and even in Muslim countries, to tell you the truth, where it's divided into, you know, the secular way of looking at education. So this was my first reflection. I wanted to hear what your thoughts are, Sheikhna.
It's an absolutely, you know, relevant point. And by the way, this is a problem that putting quite aside the question of how we think it through in terms of Islamic history or epistemology, this is a problem that academia itself has identified as a problem, right? Which is the hyper specialization of discipline.
Exactly.
This constant multiplication of fields and subfields, and the production of jargon within particular subfields that's like basically illegible on the outside of it, that it's identified just quite separately from our specific, you know, kind of framework as a problem from even within the academy itself. So, you know, it's a real problem when even the people that are, you know, engendering it are aware of it, quite separate from our specific standpoint. So that's one thing. So that's the contemporary moment in academia. Now, before I answer the question, I'm going to go back to the foundation of the Islamic sciences themselves. And I've written about this, but probably not in a place where many people will have read it. Ultimately, even the separation into the kind of principal branches of legal study, theological study, and ethical/spiritual. So in other words, between the sciences of law, theology, and Sufism, even that is something that emerges after the Prophet ﷺ is gone. It's not implicit in his, peace be upon him, in his embodied transmission of this knowledge itself. It was a single whole. So the division into disciplines, properly speaking, comes in the Islamic tradition when the access to that single embodied bearer of beneficial and meaningful knowledge is no longer there. And in order to reconstitute pieces of that which he transmitted without losing those particular pieces, people start to specialize in one or another of these fields. Okay. So now, why am I bringing these things together? That ultimately, all knowledge is one, all truth is one. Whatever angle you approach it from, whatever your original postulates are, if it is true, you will arrive in the same place. It may not be immediately apparent even to the practitioners themselves. So one of the things that we have to do is, as you say quite rightly, is that while we cannot simply, again, the academic world is how it is at the moment. We cannot simply cause these disciplinary divides to disappear, and therefore we must master the conventions, the terminologies, the forms of expression and the analytical categories that they use in order to deploy them successfully. But if we are not actually breaking down the boundaries of those disciplinary connections with our practice, then we are actually doing a fundamental disservice to knowledge itself. So it's the reason why, that I called, the Walking Quran a historical ethnography, and say at the outset that it works in two different interdisciplinary fields, African studies and Islamic studies, that its disciplinary basis is primarily historical, but it's also rooted in anthropology and ethnography on one hand, and the textualist tradition of Islamic studies on the other, because in order to actually get to the knowledge that I was trying to recover and utilize, I could not stay bounded within one disciplinary tradition and actually get to the answers. And so again, this is just one of those sets of circumstances where if we're going to move the conversation forward, we have to master a specific set of circumstances in order to facilitate the transcending of those circumstances. And that's because we lack the institutional power and capacity to simply make them go away. But it's the reason why ISRA, the research initiative that I direct, not only is interdisciplinary in an academic sense, but incorporates people who are specialists in those disciplines from within the traditional Islamic sciences. That's what I mean by interdisciplinarity. And that's one small way in which I can push at the edges of this problem to try to help produce and bring into being a more holistic knowing. Because as you rightly point out, like the structuration of our institutions, it's just divide and conquer, but academic style, instead of bringing together, unifying and providing clarity through oneness.
Jazakallah khairan. I'll let other ask instead. I'm ready.
Yeah, we can continue the conversation on Mighty Networks as well. We don't have to think of this as goodbye so much as see you later.
Inshallah, we'll write it. Barakallah feekum.
Assalamu alaikum, Tariqa.
Walaikum assalam, Professor Ware. Jazakallah khair for the information. Thanks everyone for being here. I really don't know where to begin. I have so many notes jotted down. My mind is like racing, and I think that's a testament to a good educator, because I'm thinking so much about this. And I have a book idea here. I mean, this is a lot. So I have some comments. So my background is a former academic. I was one of the ones that didn't make it through. I didn't get tenure. So I have a lot of, I just wanted to share some perspectives.
Speak on it.
Okay. So I spent a lot of years going to school. I just thought, I spent so much time in school. And so I thought about, when I was thinking about the subject, about how I myself, because you start with yourself and then you can work your way out. That's how I look at it. Okay. So I'm like, okay, in what instances did I feel like I was reducing the colonization of my mind was being reduced. So I thought a lot about my professors, my teachers, and especially from early childhood onwards. And I thought about one of my best teachers was a 6th grade English teacher who assigned us things that were not in the curriculum. We read all Black authors. We had to memorize Still I Rise by Maya Angelou. The whole class had to recite it, boys and girls. So that was interesting. And but we read Black Boy, we read Kaffir Boy, we read I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, and we read so many other books. And that was the pivotal moment for me. I went to Muslim school before that, but where I think I was grounded in more love. But until I went, and I was in a public school in Brooklyn, New York, right? But my teacher had the audacity to teach us like that. And that was the life-changing moment for me, where my mind started to be decolonized, because
it's the reason why I do what I do. It's the reason why I chose teaching, because I knew from personal experience how just having one good teacher can change a whole life.
Exactly. And from that point on, it was the first time that I had remember reading a Black author, and reading it, which was from men, from women, and Kaffir Boy by Mark Mathebane, one of my favorite books. He's a South African author talking about growing up in apartheid, and so eloquently written and just amazing. And so I say that to say, I have to credit, just like how you are always crediting your teachers, it's like you gotta credit your teachers and what they put into it. And in terms of decolonizing your mind and shifting your perspective. And I'm going to turn my video on, so I'm not totally I exist. I'm not a bot, I'm a real person. And so other things I thought about of how to maybe reduce this decolonization is experiential knowledge, which is something that's not, unfortunately, as common in academia. Critical, using sources that provide more critical analysis. We need flexibility, we need greater dialogue, we need representation. We need people like you in the room and other people in the room. And we also need to decolonize our own positions of privilege. So we all have some privilege that we don't even think about. When I was in the classroom, I didn't realize, I'm a right-handed person. So I didn't realize, I had no clue that my left-handed student, that there were desks, that all the desks were shifted towards right-handed students.
They can't write on them, yep.
Until my left-handed students was just like, yeah, it's hard for us to write on these. And I was like, oh my goodness. I was just like, we got to get some left-handed desks in here. Like, it's just, the privilege and the assumptions we make is just amazing. You have people that can't even see, that have vision problems, that have, it is so many things. So the decolonization experience as a student in curriculum is extremely important. I'm still upset that the SAT exams are given, that this is a failure. I'm afraid that my daughter will have to take the SAT, because for me, when I took that test, it was the worst test I ever took. One of the worst tests I took in my life. I was like, this is a 3-hour waste of my time. I was angry. I was so angry coming out of that exam. I was angry. I want to get rid of the SAT. I'm just putting it out there. Anyone who's with me, please. And there's so that's just what I'm getting off of my chest. And then the other part to the decolonization, right? And I was thinking about being in these academic institutions, and the focus on like a dichotomy, that good versus evil paradigm, and how it really kind of shaped me. And it shapes, I think, too, why colonization happens, because it has to be someone who's bad for you to colonize them, because you colonize someone who's lower than you. That's why you do it, right? Because they're less than you. So you need to show them, and I started to think about it. And then I started to think about how we can infuse that into our own Islam. Like, that whole good versus evil. So, and like Allah versus, right, blank, right? And there is no Allah versus, because Allah is, right? But
That's
in that paradigm, if you don't catch yourself,
Manichaean dichotomy that asserts itself through all Western, societies, that the devil is an evil god, set up opposite the good God.
yeah, and it's just like there is like there's a in the Slick Rick song, right? There is no, like in the beat behind, there is no competition. Like Allah has no competition. Nope. There is no one on the same playing field at all. It's point blank period. But when we get into these dichotomies of good versus evil, I really thought about that. I was like, they speak so much about evil now, right? Or shaitan, about anything that's negative, that you got people believing that evil is more prevalent than good, which I don't personally necessarily believe.
The dark side, like the dark side of the force is as powerful as the light side of the force, because you can vent your anger with it. So I'm gonna jump in just to underline a couple points that you made, because I think that there's a really central intervention that you pointed to that probably hasn't been spoken. Which is twofold. That it's actually the relational engagement. In other words, it's a connection with another human being, a teacher, that is at the root of enlightenment itself, that's at the root of liberation, that's at the root of like transformative outcomes in human lives. Institutions don't do anything, people do. And that trying to like first make ourselves into apt receptacles for the transmission of that knowledge, for the reception of it, and then for the transmission of it, like that's the fulfillment of a sacred task. And it's a thing that was modeled to us by the messenger of God, alayhi afdal salatu wasalam, in the Hadith of Gabriel itself. People often take the Hadith of Gabriel just as a model for tracing out the contents of the religion, Islam, Iman, Ihsan. But more than this, it is a model of what a relationship between a teacher and a student is supposed to look like. There's supposed to be intimacy, physical connection, something is transmitted, and there's a particular kind of adab. The Prophet, alayhi afdal salatu wasalam, in spite of the fact that his spiritual station surpasses that of Gabriel, is the humble student who answers politely when questioned. Everything that we need to know is there, that the submissiveness in the station of the acquisition of the knowledge from a teacher becomes the enlightenment that is then passed on to the next generation. God chooses people to guide people instead of just sending down an angel or a book, because it multiplies the blessings for both the guide and the guided to do so. It is part of his generosity and mercy. And that ultimately our efforts to cultivate ourselves as knowers and seekers of knowledge and teachers is to situate ourselves in this sacred emancipatory genealogy. That in the end, it cannot be simply about tenure at an institution, about the names on the degrees, none of those things. That yes, we are going to try to make strategic choices that are going to position us to have maximum impact. But in the end, we will be questioned by God about the way that we deployed and utilized our knowledge. And that is the test, not the GRE, not the SAT. That is the test. When we are called to account for the way in which we deployed this tremendous gift of consciousness and thought that God endowed upon the human being. So restoring that and holding that bond, between the student and the teacher as sacred is something that I really, really valued in the intervention that you brought. The other thing that I'll just say, in the interest of time, I'll have to move on after this, is that the cultural, I'll just call it warfare, that is exercised through those kind of standardized tests. It's one of the principal weapons through which we now internalize other people's perceptions about us, right? So we get a test that has vocabulary like I'm supposed to tell somebody what a regatta is, you know, that I'm supposed to know what a yacht race is when I've never been on a boat, you know, right? So that a bunch of culturally framed, you know, notions then masquerade as a test of someone's intelligence that is then parroted back to you to teach you that you're not as smart as the people who colonized you. Well, yeah, because they made the test and they made the chart. It's just back to Du Bois again, measuring your soul with another person's tape. And the whole point of this exercise is to, as much as possible, to reorient the terms that we use to understand, narrate, and even experience our own experience. Because at a certain level, the categories that we think through actually themselves shape the way in which we experience things themselves. Our alienation is experiential. Unless and until we are rooted in these kind of emancipatory ways of knowing. And that can only happen through these, you know, face-to-face or face-to-screen interactions. So thank you, Sister Tarika, for the blessing. Go to Brother Rashid. Salaam alaikum, Rashid. Good to see you as always. Let me get you on there. We got just a few more, inshallah. Only an hour overtime today. People that are veterans of like Shahada of the Spirit or other classes know that we've gone to as many as 4.5 hours in previous sessions. Hopefully we don't quite get there because I'm really hungry. But inshallah, go ahead, Rashid.
Alaikum assalam. It's good to see you too. I won't keep you too long. I do need to say, Sister Paris had a request from the chat for a Slum Prophecy sample of a lead deli. Get back to your point earlier. So I just wanted. And then I think Dion added with, you know, we can get a feature with Nas. So I just wanted to
a feature with Nas. We actually do have a song that is essentially a critique of contemporary hip hop as blackface minstrel performance. It's called Incensed. Yeah, so that one's coming a little ways down the line. So inshallah, but we'll take it under advisement. I'll run it by Chiza and see what he has to say. So,
right on. Just my quick questions, because you know, for time. So I'm in the field of urban planning, and I pull from geography and history primarily as disciplines. And I was curious if the methods in Islamic history differ for other fields or subfields of history. And then if so, you know, how? And then with that, for those of us that are in fields that are not, you know, categorized, siloed as Islamic studies, how can we utilize those ways of knowing in our fields?
So there's a book that I'll recommend to you that's by a geographer. I think his first name's Eric. I know his last name is Ross. I think it's Eric Ross. He's a geographer that has written a number of different kind of geographical / historical studies of the city of Touba in Senegal. Really, really good stuff. And this actually also allows me to respond to a question that Saif had put into the chat. I'm not sure if he's still on the Zoom or not, but he asked about how Sheikh Ahmadou Bamba organized space within a colonial environment, because he said that sometimes when the Muridiyya is taught about, they're just essentially taught about as being a kind of accommodationist movement that doesn't really respond to, you know, the colonial environment with any kind of critique. So let me just dive in. And another place where this is mentioned, by the way, is also in Sheikh Anta Babu's book, Fighting the Greater Jihad, about the Muridiyya. And he has a chapter that's about, I think it's called Creating Sacred Space in Colonial Bowel. So all of this is to say, study the African Islamic urban tradition, because there is a very clear although it's sort of subtle, it's never explicitly articulated or rarely explicitly articulated. There's a very clear kind of organization of space and social construction that is implicit in the way that clerical communities have built themselves in a West African context over the course of time. I talk a little bit about it in chapter 2 of the Walking Quran, but I don't frame it in as explicitly spatial terms as will be a benefit to you. But it's basically in this order: farm, Quran school, mosque. That there's a kind of construction of communities around organizing space for the production of sustenance so that you can be autonomous and not be in a position of political or economic dependency on the people that surround you. Then the reproduction of and transmission of knowledge on an intergenerational basis through the schools. And then lastly, the place where, prayer, takes place and is organized. And oftentimes that mosque, it literally is just, in the Wolof word for it is a mbar, which just literally means like a canopy, right? Like it's literally just a place that's covered with a tarp, to protect it from the weather, so that there's a place where people can pray without getting wet. But that the effort into organizing a kind of socio-spatial order is built around, providing for people's, sustenance in that material way, and then that sustenance of the heart, with the knowledge, which is in and of itself seen as propelling like innovation. So there's a whole logic of spatial ordering that I've really never seen written about in a kind of systematic fashion. And if I had a geographer's training, it would be something that I would find like deeply interesting. But you can find glimpses of it in Eric Ross's work. Beyond that, with respect to kind of the history of that kind of spatial organization in other parts of the Muslim world, I have to confess that I don't know. Just because, I don't, to be perfectly honest about this, I don't really read very much about Islam outside of Africa, just because I don't find it personally interesting. So that's a shortcoming that I'll confess to, that I don't have a fuller answer. But that's the place that I would, start, given the things that you're interested in. Sorry, I think you were muted. If you wanted to respond back.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, quick, the Don going off. Just to say, or I don't even know if going off is the right way to say it. To say, and I'm curious how to use the practices of verifying knowledge that in a field that's not focused on Islam.
That's actually a really, really interesting and important question. I think that in a general way, okay, so the first thing to say is that even if we understand traditional Islamic knowledge, that there was, though it wasn't universal nor always systematized, there was a generally understood distinction between those sciences which transmitted an understanding of one's religion and those sciences which didn't. And that there's a different set of criteria for the way that you evaluate sanad, chain of transmission, for those things which communicate the core of your religious understanding. Those things are not necessarily criteria that you have to apply to sciences that don't communicate the basic essentials of your religion. In other words, the religion has to be transmitted. It can't just be read about. You have to receive it. Whereas other kinds of knowledge you can engage without necessarily having that same kind of focus on sanad. Having said that, it's always the first thing that I want to know. I want to know who so-and-so's PhD advisor was when I'm reading an academic work, because I want to understand the genealogy of ideas that they are engaging. And I guess that's probably because I am, in a very, very basic, fundamental, existential way, a historian. I always think that I'm going to understand a thing better by putting it in order and seeing what led to what. So I try to apply those same kind of criteria of thinking about the chains of transmission that we would use for the sacred sciences, and adapt those, to thinking through, what we might think of as secular or profane forms of knowledge. It's Alia, and then Dion, Summer, and Layla, inshallah.
Hi, assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for these last couple of days. I'd just like to echo what other people have said, that it's been a real game changer, really kind of overwhelming in a very good way.
Overwhelming in a good way. I like the sound of that.
Yeah. My question actually might take a while to answer, and I'm wondering if I, in the interest of your own energy and health, could just maybe connect with you offline about it, like through an email.
That'd be fine. Yeah, if you prefer, that's no problem.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat earlier. If you're interested, I just recently joined the British Association of Islamic Studies as so-called EDI, like Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Officer. There's a big sort of trend, like a real kind of fashion right now in British academia, that every academic association needs to do something on equality and diversity.
Sure.
Thankfully, there has been a sea change already, like beginnings of a sea change in Islamic studies, where a lot more self-professed and self-describing Muslims are involved. Okay. But I'm very interested in how to apply some of these ideas around decolonizing knowledge, or quote unquote decolonizing, because I take it that that's not really fully possible. So yeah, I'll just shoot you an email, but I'm in a position where I may be able to sort of apply some of this stuff, and I really would like to. I'd really like to do that. So thank you.
Can I offer this then as a kind of next step of action?
Yeah, yeah.
Would you be comfortable just putting the question into Mighty Networks with the topic discussion about engaging work in academia? Because there's a number of us that, whether willingly or unwillingly, have been pulled into doing elements of this kind of work. And some of us, have learned to be selective about our engagements, and some have had to withdraw altogether, but we all in different ways have had to engage with this. So I think that if you start that conversation there, not only can I respond to it, but then other folks who are tasked with positions of leadership in this domain, in different, areas, will be able to chime in as well. And I think that that'll just be a better way of moving the conversation forward than me trying to answer in a hasty fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to connect, sorry, I'm not showing my video, but just to reconnect, I when you on your last visit to London, I was one of the people at the SOAS lecture, and I requested for an interview for the journal I'm working on. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and kind of remind what the connection was.
Inshallah, good to hear from you again, in spite of not being able to see you, and yeah, we can definitely work on moving forward with that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Right. Take care. God bless. Dion, let me let you unmute. Okay.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Ware, for, this has been outstanding. I've learned so much. I've added so many questions from just one day, and then listening to this discussion, I've had 2 pages now of additional questions. And I was invited by my sister Paris Fushi. I sit as a local elected official on our school board. And as many of our discussions have talked about higher learning, I wanted to just briefly get some of your thoughts on how we engage our local school systems, our public school systems. And I will preface that by saying this particular area in which I live, recently moving here 5 years ago, one of the reasons I ran is because of just the lack of just my understanding. I think you defined it extremely well of transmitting knowledge to the children, and education on the public side in America as a whole. So that was one area I was going in. Like I said, I had 2 pages. So the other one is a total switch, and it had to do with in 2019, I was blessed to repatriate back to Sierra Leone, following my ancestry, to find that majority of my ancestral lineage is Muslim. However, my own personal journey, I love that I am that hybrid that you spoke of yesterday, because my family is Christian, Muslim, and Rastas. So I got a unique piece, and I just decided to take pieces of all of them that benefited me in my walk. But I did want to hear you speak of Ifa, because in that journey home, what I've learned is they kept saying like, oh no, we're Muslim, but we have our traditions, our secondary traditions that we do, which truly, to me, feel like the kind of Ifa, they kind of follow more of the Ifa traditions.
So on the second thing, I'll recommend a book by my brother Oludamini Ogunaike that's called Deep Knowledge: Ways of Knowing in Two West African Communities. It's about Sufism, Tijani Sufism, and Ifa. You're smiling knowingly. You've seen the book? Sorry, I'm muted. Go ahead. Because you muted yourself. Yeah, go ahead.
There you go. Sister Paris sent it to me yesterday.
Okay, yeah.
So I'm on chapter 2 already. I couldn't stop reading last night.
So that's a strong recommend. I was actually one of the reviewers for the press for that book when it was in manuscript. And it's just a brilliant book by a practicing Muslim philosopher, really thoughtful. So there's a couple of things that I'll say about that might be counterintuitive for some folks. The first is something that I encountered when researching early Maliki legal positions about trade with West Africa, between the Sahara and West Africa in the very earliest period, 8th and 9th century CE, which was that a recurrent opinion that was taken by Muslim merchants in that time on scholarly council was that when you encountered sub-Saharan African populations where you didn't know what their religion was or where it had come from, in other words, they were practitioners of African traditional religion, the prevailing opinion was to treat them as you would treat the people of the book. That was the prevailing reference that was given, with the understanding that in an Islamic, the proper word here is prophetology. In other words, in an Islamic history of prophecy, then if there are 124,000 prophets that are sent to every branch of the human family providing guidance and warnings, then you assume that for people whose the provenance you didn't know, just assume that they're following the teachings of whatever prophet had been sent to those people. That you don't automatically assimilate them to a category of mushrikeen, of people that are guilty of shirk, because the understanding that prevailed was that was a category that in its ordinary restrictive usage was referring strictly to the Meccan polytheists that were the enemies of the Prophet, peace be upon him, but that since humanity was taught in this way, that if you don't know, that you assume that they're practicing some kind of book-derived religion unless and until you know otherwise, which is something that's very different from the way in which many Muslim populations interact with practitioners of traditional African religion. So I just wanted to mention that. So now I'll go back to the first piece, and there's so much that could be said about what American public education does and doesn't do, and what kind of interventions are possible and impossible. My brother is a junior high school administrator in the city of Minneapolis, and he's been on the front lines of struggling against what is referred to in that environment as the achievement gap, all the time, right? The one thing that I'll just say in this environment is that the best service that we can do for our students of color, Black, brown, every shade, from there on up, is to take whatever efforts we can to help preserve and restore their fitri approaches to knowing. That there's so much that's wrong structurally in the way in which knowledge is transmitted, that a lot of the interventions that we can make that are going to be most powerful are simply restoring them to their innate sound state. And I once heard Imam Fore Drame answer a question about how do we reform education in the West, or how do we educate Muslim children? He was specifically asked in the West. And he said, well, I had an advantage in this that my own children don't have. He said, I grew up in Gambia. His children have grown up in Canada. And he said, everything in the way that children are educated in Gambia is designed to keep them in their fitra as long as possible. The contents are much less important than that, right? So the idea here is to as much as possible, try to heal that which is broken, put people in situations where they're interacting with things that God made rather than things that man made, get people into natural environments and outside of, concrete built spaces, all of the things that kind of restore us to our innate humanity. Because what it does, if you want to think of it in secular sociological terms, is everything that you can do to remind people that are being dehumanized of their basic humanity is in and of itself emancipatory and liberating. So that's the one thing that I'll say in response to that. And we got people dropping off because we're way over time. So I'm gonna try to get to the last two questions, Summer and then Layla, and then we'll call it a wrap. We'll send blessings on the Prophet, peace be upon him, and I will go relieve my child care help, inshallah.
Assalamualaikum.
Alaikum salam.
I appreciate your leading this seminar and the value you see in pursuing interdisciplinary work. I want to respond to the question that you actually raised earlier, like right before you went to break, about next steps. So it seems like a lot of people, yeah. So it seems like a lot of people here shared their frustrations either with academic institutions dismissing valid knowledge or K-12 spaces prioritizing some voices over others, like Sister Taliqa mentioned. But now we have excellent scholarship coming out, right? Many people like mentioned in the chat. But still, I would say as a writer, it's really, if you're not in graduate school, and if you're not like pursuing like a PhD in history or, just some of the other disciplines, it's really hard to get access to these books.
Absolutely.
Right. And so as a really like active writer who's constantly like doing a lot of different workshops, but then as somebody who also sees the problems of like the Muslim community and just like different like overexploited communities, it seems like the best minds are not being connected to the people who need them, right? So I discovered W.E.B. Du Bois, Edward Said, Frantz Fanon, literally by sheer like curiosity and luck, even though when I was in college, I studied the great books, Western thought. So I studied everyone like Weber, like de Beauvoir, and all those like interesting names, right? But the problem that I see is that some people will literally go to college and never encounter the works that will liberate their minds, right? And so I earlier on, like throughout the conversation, I dropped a link in the chat about a workshop that I got accepted into that was actually hosted by Rutgers University, where they invited poets and scholars, and it was like a first of its kind. And so I just wanted to encourage you and everyone else, because it seems like everyone's like coming on here expressing frustrations, and we all understand the problems. But as you rightfully pointed out, like people make institutions, right? So we can easily just like get together, start connecting people with ideas, start producing works, start getting it into the hands of people. And I feel like that's the piece that's often like missing. Like people will come together, they'll get the knowledge, they'll get like, energized and excited, and then everything kind of falls off. And I'm a doer, and I'm a believer in like, just acting on things. And so I just want to encourage you and everyone else who's listening, because I dropped my email in the chat group, and as someone who often does this kind of thing, like I don't know that there are going to be a lot of people who are going to kind of like reach out and ping, but I do think we need book clubs, like just people from different disciplines. Go ahead. You seem like you want to.
I want to. So I actually am remembering now that I saw the book club comment in the chat earlier. So thank you for bringing it back, and thank you for this forceful articulation. There's an idea that I've been what's the word, pondering for some time, that may respond to what you're citing here, Summer. So actually, as it happens, a friend of mine who's an Ifa priestess who was a visiting scholar here at UCSB and who spoke in our Race, Religion, and Revolution series some time ago. She works with on something that's called a communiversity. So essentially, they do programming that's geared towards the community that just provides certificates, not degree granting or formally authorized. But what I'm sort of thinking is that perhaps instead of a book club, that we might those of us that are interested in actually kind of thinking through a kind of spiritual and social emancipatory curriculum might take advantage of your invitation, start discussing a kind of for lack of a better word, canon that we might, use. And then rather than have it be something where I'm facilitating that, we literally start think about putting together a curriculum with people reading certain texts with colleagues and peers so that we can start to kind of build, strength. Because the one thing that people that have, taken the other online intensives that I've done is that in the end, this isn't work that needs like, what this work needs is networks of engaged people to take it forward. One of the big problems that we have is that we have cults of personality and cults of expertise in our communities that keeps us from kind of democratizing access to empowering knowledge.
Yes.
And the thing that what Inca the Scholars Mighty Network thing is about is trying to get rid of that, is to try to actually cultivate a space where instead of followers, that we're cultivating fellow soldiers, people that are standing shoulder to shoulder with us and moving the work forward. So that would be my suggestion. So if I'm going to extend the invitation to you, that you make this a topic in the Mighty Network, so that those of us, that would be interested in developing a kind of communiversity curriculum that we could then share. And, and I'm, sure we could have conversations about sacred footsteps, and there's other people that would be interested in being in partnership and kind of moving that forward so that we can extend the space of conversation beyond just, me talking on weekends on a Zoom. Is that a suitable next step?
You know what, this is like the first, I'm definitely going to get on there. I'll post the message. But I just wanted to also highlight, I just want to agree to the point that you just said, which is I see the problem is that people see you as sort of like an authority, as a credible authority, but there's only so much you can do. You know what I mean? So then oftentimes people run to you, or not just you, but other figures who have
whoever it is.
Yeah, and it's that's what I see as the problem. It's
it's debilitating. It's debilitating. It doesn't produce anything.
Exactly.
So the whole point is that, and I made a social media post about this. I said that a basic problem in our community is that the people that are in positions of leadership want sycophants and dependents instead of fellow soldiers.
Yeah.
And those of us that are actually interested in getting free want as many fellow soldiers as possible. So yes, I would, if you take up that thread. I know I saw Amal, I saw Yusuf, I saw other folks get in and respond. Let's build that. I tried to do a version of this with our Invisible Muslims curriculum a couple of years ago, and that was a good place to start, but much more can be done. Sorry, Summer, to cut you short, but just in the interest of time, and we are approaching that 4.5 hour mark, I'll leave things there, but please start that conversation in Mighty Networks and we'll finish it from there. Assalamu alaikum, Sister Layla. Oh, let me press the button again. Okay.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Jazakallah khair for facilitating this conversation. And I'm sorry for my question to come this late, but I think maybe it's a good way to wrap this up. My question is about this grounding of knowledge in our epistemology and seeing it as a contribution to universal knowledge and how it becomes a beneficial knowledge. So we've touched upon this issue from different angles in terms of decolonization, but from an eschatological point of view, what I'm really struggling with is the understanding of this knowledge to be beneficial. And the primary question is then beneficial to who? And if academia functions as the heart of colonialism, as you called it yesterday, then we're engaging in a battleground from the oppressor's side and providing that oppressor with information for better informed forms of domination. And seen from this angle, the knowledge benefits the oppressor more than it benefits the oppressed. And so my fear is that when we, on the judgment day, stand in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and anticipating that this knowledge will intercede for us as beneficial knowledge, we will be told that the benefit was reduced to material reward like getting tenured. So that's a fear that I think maybe we can all relate to in one way or another, and just your thoughts on how to deal with that.
Yeah.
Jazakallah khair.
It's a pertinent question. The warning that keeps me up at night was a story that was told by one of my teachers in Senegal about the scholar that goes to the throne of Allah on the last day, having taught the Quran and beneficial sciences throughout the entirety of his life. So he goes with his left hand behind his back and his right hand extended, waiting to receive his book in his right hand. And God says, put that hand down and show me the other one. And the man says, why? I taught your book and I taught the sciences of, how to get close to you, to the people throughout, the entirety of my life, and God will say, that's true. You did that. You did those things. You did those things so that you would have a fine house. You did those things so that people would say he is intelligent and pious. You did those things so that you would have a beautiful spouse and a fine mount. And I gave you all of that. Now get down in that fire. In the end, the intentionality behind our deeds is the hope in the affair, not their outcome. The truth is that we can expend our energy trying to construct alternative institutions or working in the framework of the ones that exist. If our goals and intentions are pure, then we are counting on God to fulfill the affair for us. We cannot control the outcome ourselves. We take action according to the best of what we know in the moment, and we stay open to learning so that we move from one strategy to the next. But to simply withdraw from the pursuit of spreading light through institutions that we know are corrupt, but that we also know are capable of broadcasting the message so that people can receive light. There is no pure and correct answer, at least not one that we can know. When Moses, peace be upon him, was sent to Pharaoh, God knew that Pharaoh would not accept. And God sent Moses anyway. He said, remind him. Perhaps he will be reminded, and use a gentle word, because even Pharaoh is due a gentle reminder from the people of God. When the moment comes and it becomes clear that you have to abandon and you have to flee and you have to take your people to safety because what is behind us cannot be redeemed, then you drop everything and you go. But until God sets forth the command that says so, then you continue to speak truth in the face of the oppressor. Perhaps he will be reminded. The truth of the matter is that a lot of people we'll go back to where we started. The most poisonous hatreds are born of old loves. Many of us so hate our oppressors that we cannot see the possibility of them being redeemed. In fact, some of us don't even want them to be redeemed. We prefer to see them burn in hell. We don't want them to be forgiven. We don't want them to have access to God's mercy. When the moment comes to turn their back on this place, I'll be the first one to go, I promise. But the truth is that it is not over for America or the West just because we want it to be. It's over when God calls it a rot, not when we do. And until then, if there's a way to spread light, then I use it. And I'm not condemning anyone who would choose an alternative route. And if you show me an alternative route that will lead to freedom, I'll probably follow it. But until then, I'm going to try to take the step that I can to fulfill the terms of my own supplication, which was to ask God to put me in the place where I can bring the most benefit to the most people so that I can undo some of the harm that I've done to my own soul. In other words, I'm looking for the way that we can redeem the maximum number of human souls, the way that we can elevate and edify the maximum number of human hearts. And in my estimation at this point in time, it's not yet abandoning these institutions. And I thoroughly respect people who take the judgment that it is. I get it. I don't happen to agree in the evaluation in the current moment, and God knows best. Not a satisfactory answer, perhaps, because it's not categorical, but it is the truth as I see it. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. إن الله وملائكته يصلون على النبي يا أيها الذين آمنوا صلوا عليه وسلموا تسليما. اللهم صل على بدر التمام، اللهم صل على النور الظلام، اللهم صل على مفتاح الدار السلام، اللهم صل على شفيع في جميع الأنام. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد الفاتح لما أغلق والخاتم لما سبق نصر الحق بالحق والهدي إلى صراطك المستقيم وعلى آله حق قدره ومقداره العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Thank you all for your time, for your generosity of spirit. Any good in this gathering is from God Most High, and from the good of the hearts in this blessed gathering. All of the deficiencies are from my lack of intelligence and organizational capacity. So we humbly beg for God's forgiveness. And please do continue the conversation on Mighty Networks. Follow at Sacred Footsteps, and we'll continue to evolve together the ways that we can continue this conversation and move it from conversation and discussion and training into action, inshallah ta'ala. Assalamu alaikum.